Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another round of the DRA Endurance Series. I'm your host Joe90. This week is a little bit different. We've had some issues with our YouTube channel, so this is going to be streamed here to my personal Twitch channel, and then the VOD of this stream will be uploaded in due course to the DRA YouTube channel along with other stream VODs of the previous races. Currently we are at 16 drivers in the lobby. We're about to get GTD qualifying underway. We're just waiting for all of the drivers to load in and get themselves sorted and organised to begin. I am just trying to get the stream to cooperate with me, and we should be good to go.
Let's send the Twitch stream to race replays.
Huh?
Whenever you begin streaming, it's going to send it to the race replay channel.
I need to turn your volume up a minute. I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
How dare you? Hang on.
I've sorted it. That's better.
So basically, whenever you get the chance, put the live stream into the race replay channel.
Yeah.
Or in announcements, either or.
Yeah. There you go. Stream is live. I'm just gonna put the links to where it needs to be. Right, so at the moment we have all of the GT drivers out and warming up. We're going to be starting qualifying hopefully in about 2 minutes time. Just as soon as I've got myself organised. Right, Husky, please could you tell the GT drivers that the qualifying session is going to start in 1 minute?
Gotcha.
Right, we are about to get qualifying underway for this race for the GTD cars. The other voice you may be able to hear in this stream, as usual, is Husky. He's here to communicate my instructions as the race director over to the drivers in the lobby. The GT drivers are just about to get underway for qualifying. There is 8 of them. There is a good mixture this week. There's 2 Lamborghinis, 2 Porsches, 2 AMGs and 2 BMWs from, I believe, 5 teams. There's 2 different AMGs running from 2 different teams. The 2 911 RSRs are being run by N3XUS Racing, and the 2 Lamborghinis are JM Motorsports by N3XUS, as far as I remember, alongside 2 factory liveried BMWs being driven by BNR. Husky, I'm just about to start quali now. Now, as the cars head out onto the track for the first couple of laps here, they're going to start predominantly on these first couple of laps by just burning off fuel, getting the cars as light as possible before the all-important final qualifying lap of the session. This session is 20 minutes long, so these GT cars will get about 5 laps in during that time, maybe as much as 6. Gumball there in chat offering some advice to Husky, saying that he needs to be top 3 in qualifying, otherwise he's going to be losing certain privileges. As amusing as that is, I don't believe that will be a helpful motivator today. Now, the important thing here is the sheer variety in cars again. We have 911 RSRs, which traditionally would be a GTE car, although here they're BOP to be GTD spec. JDC back again for Spider GT in the AMG GT, just coming through the first chicane right behind Ivan, who is one of the BNR BMW drivers in a factory livery BMW. Johto following them all up in the other N3XUS Racing 911 RSR. All of them just coming down to the second chicane now on their first out lap. I am not even going to try and pronounce that name. The first of the JM Trackside Lamborghinis coming down the straight now towards the second chicane, and just coming in now to that set of corners. The interesting thing is with the Lamborghini, it is the odd car out here. The other cars are all front-engined, large GT cars. The only other exception is the Porsche. So both of the AMGs and both the BMWs have extremely large engines right in the front of the car. The Porsches have a flat 6 engine in the back of the car, and the Lamborghinis have a V10 engine in the middle. The critical thing is it changes the handling profile of all of these cars significantly for these drivers. The other important thing to note as well is that due to the variety in cars and drivers, we're going to see potentially a close qualifying session because of balance of performance, potentially a really far split in qualifying because of balance of performance. Some of these cars running extremely well on high-speed circuits, some of them running extremely poorly on high-speed circuits as well. OutCast there in the other AMG, just rounding round the kink in the straight, running down towards the Mulsanne corner now. That AMG looking incredibly quick here today. From the warm-up laps that I've seen so far, it's possible that these AMGs will be close to the front, if not at the very front of this grid. Now, Vlave and JDC, as well as the two Nexus Porsches, are just all coming up and around into the Porsche curves, this high-speed sweeping section of the circuit. Quite challenging to navigate in these GT cars, especially when you consider the fact that you're going through these corners at 120 or 130 miles an hour in some cases. You really end up wrestling your way through these corners. Now, as they all come down towards the final couple of corners of the lap, will some of these drivers start slowing down and thinking about who's going to go first in qualifying? Or are they all just going to commit to the order that they're in now and absolutely send it? Vlave, the first car to cross the line after his outlap, and the first car to start a flying lap. JDC closely following behind, as well as Johto following them as well. This could be interesting because JDC is taking a lot of advantage out of the slipstream of the BNR BMW in front of him. Interesting line taken there by Johto through the first couple of corners. That will be more than likely a track limit strike for him, and I suspect he knows that because he appears to be backing off slightly from the group in front. JDC now has passed Vlave on the exit of the first chicane, just coming through Tetra Rouge now, keeping it all nice and neat and tidy through there. Coming down now onto the back straight, the Mulsanne straight here, extremely long, to the point where in the early 1990s, I believe, 2 chicanes were installed to actually reduce the speed of cars running down this straight, as some cars were achieving speeds significantly in excess of 210 miles an hour. JDC just leaving the first chicane there, as we see Johto following him through, Vlave in the middle of this pack of 3 cars, just coming onto the middle section of the Mulsanne straight now on their way down to the second chicane on this straight. JDC comfortably leading the way here, despite a slight headwind going into the corner. Johto bringing up the rear of this small group, comfortably driving that 911 RSR round here, as it was intended to race here by Porsche in the GTE class originally when it was first introduced. The first of the JM Trackside Lamborghinis, the number 77, just exiting the first chicane, followed promptly by Husky as well in the other Nexus 911 RSR, just coming towards that slight kink in the straight before the Mulsanne corner. Now this crest, as you come over it, you really, as a driver, you can't see that crest in the road as you're driving down this straight at Le Mans. However, as you really hit the brakes down here into the Mulsanne corner, you do notice the slight increase in speed it gives you on entry before the braking zone. As we see Jalk running extremely deep there and through the gravel, that is not what the Finnish driver would want right now. Dirty tyres on this track with a lap this long is not something that a driver will be looking forward to at all, especially if it is the left-hand side of the car like that, as a lot of these corners coming up rely heavily on loading those left-hand side tyres. Just coming towards the start of the Porsche curves now. Jalk just starting to ease the pace up a little bit, the fuel burn becoming even more critical now than ever on the end of the first timed lap, because as these drivers go round, they're going to be burning a significant amount of fuel in this qualifying session. The important thing, however, is burning an optimum amount of fuel in this qualifying session. You don't want the car to be too light come that final qualifying lap, otherwise you end up finding the car becoming almost too twitchy through some of the sections of the circuit, especially this section, the Porsche curves. Now Sampa just running through the Porsche curves as well in the other M6 for BNR. Lap times starting to come in at around the 3:59.6 mark for JDC, who's currently on pole. Ivan P2, Johto Also, Ivan P3, Johto P2. JDC currently fastest, the championship leader in GTD. Sampa just rounding his way through the final couple of corners now on this lap. Sampa coming up to the line. A 3:59.9. Sampa running to P3 overall. Ivan P4, Husky P5. The JM Trackside number 77, P6, Jalk P7, Outcast, just coming through the final couple of corners now. What can he do to challenge the lap time laid down by JDC? 3:56, 3:57, that is not fast enough. Oh, it is fast enough from Outcast, 3:59.5 from Outcast there, putting him P1 by 0.06 of a second. JDC just coming through the first chicane now, coming up to the second sector line. Will he be improving? Yes, he is improving by 3.5 tenths at that second sector line for JDC. Can Johto improve as well? He is only 1.5 tenths, nearly 2 tenths off of pole here. If he improves enough, could he grab pole at Le Mans? This session being absolutely critical to the championship, because you see these cars running incredibly close together. All of these cars in the top 3 currently within 4 tenths of one another. The top 4 even within 4 tenths of one another. Sampa just coming down now to the second chicane. Johto just coming down towards the Mulsanne corner behind JDC now. Husky running behind both of them as well. Now this could be interesting. This is going to be very interesting to see where Johto is compared to JDC on the timing over this next sector line. And Johto is down by 4.5 tenths. That is not enough to grab pole. It's not even enough to think about improving this lap. If I was Johto in this position, I would abandon this lap and just focus on getting the car ready to run the next lap as fast as possible towards the end of this session. We've just gone over the halfway mark. We're about 11 minutes through this session, so these drivers have about another 2 laps, maybe 3 laps at most left before the end of this session. Johto now only 2.5 tenths down, so he's found 2 tenths in that last sector. A big slide there though on the run up to the Porsche curves. That will have cost him time, surely. JDC looking calm and controlled at the front of this pack currently for qualifying. The interesting thing is with the AMG here, that in the current World Endurance Championship, AMG have not been allowed to participate. However, we allow AMG GTs here to participate. JDC 9 tenths up now on his personal best, and in fact 9 tenths up on the fastest lap overall. He is on an absolutely blistering lap right now. Coming through the final 2 chicanes, JDC just going over the curbs, getting the car back under control for the final chicane. Just missing the sausage curve, running it all the way out to the left. JDC a 3:58.2, a 1.4 second improvement over Outcast there on his second lap. That is huge from the American. Johto, interestingly, committing to the pits at the end of his second lap. Sampa opting to stay out and continue his lap in an effort to improve. Can he grab P2 or P3 from the people in front of him? Sampa just rounding out across the line now. 3:59.0. That puts Sampa P2 on the grid, an 8.5 tenth improvement on his first lap. Will he now go for another lap, a 4th consecutive lap here, or will he commit to the pit lane for some fresh tyres and go again later in the session? Outcast just rounding through the final couple of turns now as well, into the final chicane, out of the final chicane and across the line. What lap time will it be? 4 minutes 1.9. That is extremely far off the pace laid down by JDC, and in fact his own pace the previous lap for Outcast. That is far from ideal. Johto now just rounding out to Tetra Rouge on his way down on the Mulsanne straight, having just pitted for some fresh tyres. Vlave doing the same, he's now on his run down to Tetra Rouge as well on some fresh tyres after pitting for them. Husky on old tyres, now just coming down to the second chicane. Can he improve on this third qualifying lap in fact? Husky just about to come over a sector line, so we'll see how he's improving on this lap. Husky is 1.7 seconds up on this lap alone. That is not quite enough for pole position yet, but he is only halfway around the circuit, so there is plenty of time for him to improve on that lap. Now critically, Husky's teammate Johto in the other 911 RSR, 1.5 seconds away from pole, on a fresh set of tyres currently, on his out lap, just trying to get everything up to temperature and working again, ready for his next qualifying lap attempt, to see if he can grab pole from JDC. Now, OutCast, currently P3, he's improving, he's half a second purple on the exit of that corner. That is a significant improvement over his last lap. The fuel burn on that AMG becoming absolutely critical to these qualifying laps now. As the weight of the fuel starts lessening, these laps will start improving significantly for all of these cars. Just braking and going through Indianapolis now, just on the way out, keeping it all neat and tidy, running it all the way over to the left, 6/10 up now for OutCast. That is huge. Just running slightly deep over the curb there, on the way up to the Porsche curves. Now, the critical thing here is to just keep that momentum going now for OutCast. He's 6/10 up. He doesn't need to push this car much harder than he already has to improve his position, let alone to grab pole position in this race. .3 up now, a slight loss of time there. Sampa grabbing pole position at 3:57.9, a tenth and a half ahead of JDC. OutCast still improving, coming through the final set of corners before the timing line now. Can we see him improve on his time and grab pole position? Just slight twitch of oversteer there coming through the first corner, absolutely slamming the sausage curb on the exit. That is not enough from OutCast. A 1.3 second improvement, a 3:58.2. puts him within 3/10 of pole position. However, it doesn't get him pole position at the moment. Now, let's see where Johto is. Johto just rounding out of Tetra Rouge on his first flying lap after that tyre change. Has he got enough momentum with him on the way down to this first chicane to improve and close that huge gap up to the top three drivers? Now Johto just coming through that first chicane now, just starting to ease the car back up onto the straight. He's 1.2 seconds up. That is enough to close the gap down to the top four to about 3/10, but it's not enough to gain any positions currently in qualifying. The number 77 JM Trackside Lamborghini currently 5th overall. 2.5 tenths up at the moment on this lap, and Husky is slowing down. pulling over to the side of the track to just wait for that JM Trackside Lamborghini to clear him. Sarthe just coming into the back of shot there with his BMW M6, followed by Johto, the other 911 RSR. Is Husky waiting to give his teammate a slipstream through the next section of the track to try and help Johto improve his lap time even further? Now Johto just following Husky up, and absolutely Husky is allowing Johto to slipstream all the way through the long straight on the run up to Indianapolis, getting out of Johto's way now that he's got the momentum. The question is now, is that worth it for the Nexus Racing cars to be able to bump draft? To not even bump draft, sorry, it appeared they were bump drafting. However, they weren't, because there's no evidence of any bash marks or dents on the front of that car. Johto nearly 2 seconds up on his personal best time. Not a purple sector, however, at this rate it is enough to grab pole position. The question is now for Johto, will that momentum stay with him through the Porsche curves and to the finish line? And Johto's run deep, that was very deep there, almost into the gravel, and he clips the wall as well into that corner. That is far from ideal through the Porsche curves for Johto on this lap. A 1.6 second improvement would see him grab P3 overall. The final lap counter, the final lap marker is on the screen, so these drivers know that this is their last chance to put a lap time in. And Johto now has been bumped down to P5 by the number 77 JM Trackside Lamborghini. As he comes across the line, a 3:58.3, Johto jumps up to P4 again. However, he is nearly 4 tenths away from pole, which is going to Sarthe in the BNR M6. Vlave just rounding the final corner. Vlave now jumps to P5, 1.5 second improvement on his last lap. Yalk just coming through the final couple of corners here for the other JM Trackside Lamborghini. Can he improve enough to bump? And Husky's qualified P8. That is far from ideal for the Nexus Racing driver. A P8 start here is an absolute disaster. Right. With GT qualifying over, I'm going to ask Husky, number one, that was disappointing clearly for you. Number two, okay. please could you ask the GT drivers to clear the grid so that we can get the LMP1 drivers qualified in a moment.
Gotcha.
Right, now we are just about to get ready for the LMP1 qualifying. We still have an AMG on the circuit. That's better. Now, do we have all of the LMP cars on the circuit?
Yes.
We do, but we've also got a Lamborghini. Please can you make it clear to the drivers, Husky, that we're doing LMP1 qualifying in a minute, so please stay off the circuit. It was Yalk, he jumped in the circuit briefly. Is that all of the LMP1 drivers currently?
Si, senor.
Cool. Can you tell them that we're just about to start then, please? Right, now LMP1 qualifying is underway. Maynard is the first car on track, followed by Natty, followed by Lucas in the WSR R18. Now these LMP1 cars are going to be going about 25 seconds a lap faster around this circuit than the GTD cars we saw a moment ago. The fighting already starting here between Lucas and Natty. Just on the out lap alone, both of them quite aggressively trying to build heat in the tyres and also quite aggressively getting in one another's personal space. Perhaps a little bit of a psychological trick there from Natty. Lucas looking to improve on his previous appearances by grabbing pole position. Natty just weaving around now, starting to improve his lap. Ruben starting to just look like Kimi Raikkonen a little bit here, while everyone else is weaving around trying to build heat in the tyres. He is just driving in a straight line at the moment. Bolden just rounding out through the second chicane as well, followed by Sonic, followed by Big Mac, who is in the other WSR R18. Two R18s here, 5919 hybrids. This could be a very interesting qualifying session to see, because the critical thing here, the same as at Daytona earlier in the season, is going to be how these cars deploy their hybrid system. Now, most of these cars are on their way up through Indianapolis now. A great opportunity in these LMP1 cars to recharge the hybrid system. Maynard just clipping the gravel ever so slightly there on the way round. Oh, and a big snap of oversteer there from Maynard. Lucas just catching up ever so slightly to Maynard on the run up towards the Porsche curves on this outlap. Could Maynard have just lifted ever so slightly there to allow Lucas through and to allow the other cars behind him, the other Porsches, as there's a big off in the background there. That is Natty, a massive off in the Porsche curves for the Project 1919. That is not at all what he would be looking for. Sonic forced to ease off there on his outlap, so no lap time was compromised. However, that rejoin from Natty was far from ideal there. The first of the WSR R18s just coming up to start the first flying lap here. An average lap for these cars is about a 3-minute 23-second lap, so almost a full 30 seconds quicker, in fact 35 seconds quicker almost, than the lap times we were seeing out of the GTD cars previously. Now, just coming through Tetra Rouge now for the first time on a flying lap. The R18 looking absolutely planted and absolutely flat through that corner. These cars have almost the same level of downforce as a Formula 1 car would. So these cars are undoubtedly going to be absolutely flying here around Le Mans. Now Lucas just coming down towards the first chicane, coming hard on the brakes for the first time here. Slightly on the inside of the curbs there. Maynard just following him through. That was an interesting line from Lucas there. Surely it won't matter though, as his first lap, despite that slightly compromised line, he will surely go faster later in the session. Bolden just on his way down now to the first, my apologies, the second chicane on his first out lap, or first flying lap. Now just hitting hard on the brakes, trying to ease that car into the corner. Coming off the corner incredibly quickly, a 1:33.9. Let's see how that matches up with other cars. About the same through that first sector line that we can see. Natty just following Ruben now down towards the Mulsanne corner. Sonic bringing up the rear of this large pack. Big Mac bringing up the rear of everybody now. Lucas just leading all of the cars up towards Indianapolis now, comfortably outside of the range of giving Maynard a slipstream on the way up there. Bolden just following behind, slightly detached from the pair in front of him. However, definitely in his own comfortable space at the moment. Ruben following him. Natty trying to catch up to his Project 1 teammate after a big off on his outlap in Porsche curves. Sonic just again in his own bubble, slightly separated from this pack, however not so far separated that if he wanted to get a slipstream from his teammate or from somebody else that he wouldn't be able to catch up. Big Mac on the other hand, extremely separated from all of these cars in the other WSR R18. An interesting strategy, potentially actually aiding him here, being able to stay away from any potential incidents and in clean air by himself. It could lend it. That strategy could lend itself to a fantastic qualifying session for Big Mac. Now Lucas just rounding out through the final chicane on his first flying lap. Over the sausage curb on the exit, all the way out to the left hand side, over the line of 3:26.6. Now Maynard a 3:28.5, Bolden coming up to the line of 3:27.3. Ruben crosses the line at 3:29.2. Natty the next to cross the line, a 3:31.7. Sonic the next to cross the line after that, a 3:29.1, putting him fourth. Big Mac just rounding out through the final couple of corners now as everybody else starts their second flying lap. Nearly 10 minutes have elapsed already here, so these drivers will only get about 5 laps in this session to set a lap time. Big Mac just easing it through the final chicane now. 3:29.7, that is enough to grab P6 for the time being. Although Natty's first lap, that is extremely far beyond the track limit for Natty there on his run through Tetra Rouge. Big Mac just easing his way through the first chicane. Ruben just coming down to the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, hard on the brakes, turning in, riding that first curb on the entry, riding the second curb, coming through onto the final curb and exiting the corner. An 8.5 tenth, nearly 9 tenth improvement for Ruben on this lap. 9 tenths currently would be good enough to put Ruben comfortably into P3 ahead of Sonic. The question is now for Maynard, can he improve his lap time enough to grab pole position? 4.5 tenths up, that is not quite enough to improve his position. However, it is enough to make Ruben's life extremely uncomfortable in the other 919. Seven and a half tenths up now for Maynard. If he can keep this momentum up, he may just about be able to snatch P2, maybe even pole position. However, he would need to improve almost another 8 tenths over this lap to even be close to grabbing pole position from Lucas in the WSR R18. Now, just slight dip of the wheels into the gravel again, and he's lost time through that sector. Maynard will be absolutely kicking himself for losing time there, especially at a critical point in qualifying like this where he might be able to grab pole position. Now he's just coming up to the start of the Porsche curves, these corners requiring just a small lift on entry, and then they are absolutely flat in these 919s. 6.5 tenths up from Maynard now. That is still not quite enough to gain any positions, however it is enough to gain net positions, as it would be enough to write off any lap by Ruben. A 7/10 improvement would put him to a 3:27.8 and would be enough with Ruben's current pace through the last sector line to maintain P3. 6/10 improvement, is that enough? Sonic just rounding through the final couple of corners, Ruben committing to the pit lane. Sonic now just rounding through the final chicane. Will he improve? Will the car ahead improve? Natty improves to a 3:27.6, P3 overall. Sonic improves to a 3:28.4, P5 overall. Bolden exiting into the pit lane, choosing to sit in the pit lane and just potentially consolidate his lap where it is before continuing. Now, the critical thing here for Sonic really is the fact that improving on his lap is critical. However, where will he be relative to everyone else, even if he does improve? If he was to improve by 6/10 again, he would only actually be P4. He'd only just get ahead of the car immediately in front of him. Is Sonic at this point better off consolidating this session and just saying, I've had enough here, you know, I'm not going to find much more time? Or is he better off pushing that little bit harder and trying to find a little bit more lap time and improve on his starting position? Maynard just coming through the second chicane now, very smoothly, 9/10 down after that second chicane. That is not enough for Maynard. Natty just rounding out through the second chicane also. Nearly 3/10 up, that might be enough for him to snag P2 overall from Bolden. The fuel burn again becoming absolutely critical here in these 919s for qualifying speed. Now Natty just on the run up to Indianapolis now. Really good speed through there, nearly 190 miles an hour through that right-hander. On the exit, using up all of the curve, 3/10 up, just enough, 0.02 up on the car, on Bolden's time ahead of him. However, if Bolden now goes and improves on this next lap, that would completely undermine all of this effort so far on this lap from Natty. Now Natty just starting to come through there, 3.5 up now on his best lap. That is a significant step. That would put him P2 overall as things stand. Lucas improving to a 3:26.0. That is an impressive lap time from the German driver. Now Natty committing to the final couple of corners with absolute precision. And a snap of oversteer and into the gravel. That is not ideal for Natty. That is far from ideal on that lap. Natty opting to stop and get out of the way before trying to rejoin. I'm not sure what the purpose of that 360-degree rotation was before crossing the line. It may have been to clean the tyres slightly. However, that will have killed all momentum for this next lap. Maynard just leaving the pits there, perhaps trying to find a slight improvement. Natty running deep there as well now through the first chicane. Maynard just going past. Now, the question is for Maynard on this outlap, how much heat does he need to build into the tyres and how much time does he have to get another lap done? With an outlap taking about 3 minutes 40 seconds here from the pit lane, will he have enough time at the line to get another lap in? I believe he will, because he'll cross the line with about 18 minutes of this session expired. With the continuation timer post-session, he should have enough time to finish that lap up, but it will be close. Now Ruben, just coming through the first chicane there, a slight twitch on the mid-corner, 9/10 up. A significant improvement, fresh tyres on that car now as well. Could the fresh tyres be the difference for Ruben between qualifying potentially 6th or 5th or coming 7th in his class? There's plenty of time in the race for that to change, however it is, as a driver, quite demoralising to qualify last in your class on such a major race as this. Ruben now a second up on his personal best lap time. That is fantastic. The level of improvement these fresh tyres are offering is absolutely superb for the Spanish driver. .15 up now for Ruben. Could he be about to grab P5 or potentially even more from the rest of the grid here for Project 1? Now on the run up to Indianapolis, the car absolutely peaking at 190 miles an hour on the entry here. Hard on the brakes, hard over to the left for this corner. Using up absolutely every millimetre, 1.55 seconds up now. Ruben is on an absolute tear here. And Lucas improving to a 3:24.9. That is absolutely unbelievable from the German driver. A huge improvement on his first lap. And more critically, extending his margin for pole position. Ruben now 1.8 seconds up on his previous best. Absolutely flying through the Porsche curves here. Trying to gain on Natty, trying to get some slipstream potentially for his next lap. Coming up to the final two sets of chicanes. Coming into the first one, hard on the brakes, hard over through the chicane. Hard on the brakes again, turning over the curb, missing the sausage curb at the apex on the right. Coming up to the line, 3:26.4, nearly a 3-second improvement for Ruben there, bringing him up to P2 overall. Lucas with a 1.4 second advantage currently over the rest of the field. Ruben arguably will be frustrated by that lap time and yet ecstatic at the same point. P2 is fantastic at the moment considering the advantage Lucas has. Somebody just went significantly off there. That may have been Natty going extremely deep as Ruben goes purple through sector 1 by half a tenth. This could be on here, ladies and gentlemen, for this qualifying session. Ruben absolutely flying in that 919. Now, 2/10 up on the second sector. Not quite enough for Ruben to improve to pole position just yet, but still an improvement nonetheless. The critical thing here is he's in a bit of an Audi sandwich at the moment. Lucas and Big Mac, both in the R18s. Lucas with damage to the front of his car. Did he outbrake himself somewhere going into a corner? 19 seconds down, it appears Lucas has in fact had a bit of a moment on this lap, somewhere in the first few corners perhaps, where his car has got damaged. That might be the end of this qualifying session for him, as the clock is ticking ever so close to 20 minutes. Ruben coming down to the Mulsanne corner now on his critical final lap here. A slight snap of oversteer through the corner. Ruben just under a 1/10.5 up on his previous lap. That is not enough currently to capture pole position from Lucas. However, Maynard in front may also be improving. Maynard is also on a timed lap here. He is currently doing 190 miles an hour as he goes up towards Indianapolis, turning hard over into the corner, using up every ounce of curb, not hitting gravel, 1.4 seconds down. That is far from ideal for Maynard in the Muppet Racing 919. Lucas, 22.5 seconds down on his previous best. He's clearly had a moment. Ruben, just coming up towards the Porsche curves now. Can he improve by any margin on this lap by Lucas in front? Ruben just running quite deep there on the entry. 2.5 tenths down now for Ruben on this lap. That is not enough. Big Mac just coming through the sector line, a 10th down. Could Big Mac find the time as Sonic jumps Big Mac, coming round on his final fast lap? Sonic jumping Big Mac on his final attempt for P3. Ruben just coming through the final chicane now. Can he improve? No, he can't. 1.3 seconds down. Big Mac just rounding the final corner as well here now. 2.5 tenth improvement, not enough to recapture P3 from Sonic. However, a fantastic effort from the German driver. Bolden just rounding out the final corner as well here. Improving by a tenth, not enough to improve his position. However, a fantastic effort also. And I believe that is LMP1 qualifying wrapped up. We have an Audi on pole, which is a significant step compared to previous races because the Audi has not always had the advantage on qualifying pace. However, here on this high-speed circuit at Le Mans, the hybrid deployment clearly showing through in the Audis, where that hybrid deployment only starts at a high speed and helps sustain the car's momentum towards its top end, clearly lending itself to the drivers and to the circuit at this point. Now, with LMP1 qualifying done here, it's time to just record the results for sorting the grid in a moment, and we will be underway. Now, the critical thing here is that we've got to go through a lobby reset. It allows the weather conditions to return to what they should be.
Alright, hang on. Okay, so Joe, we have the drivers asking if we can change their oil. Because it does not...
If they want
it
to
doesn't
leave
exactly help.
If they want to leave the lobby and change oil and sort stuff out, yeah, let them. We can give them 5 minutes.
Gotcha. Joe, are you still in the lobby?
Yeah.
Alright, make sure to save the replay.
There is no
From qualifying.
There is no qualifying replay.
Odd, because it worked for us.
There's no replay of qualifying for me.
Weird. Okay then.
Right, do you want to summon all of the drivers back to the lobby in a minute? Husky?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. Right, have we got all drivers back in? Husky.
Yep.
Have we got all drivers?
We're all in, so yeah, you can start grid organizing.
Yeah, just let them know that the first grid order they're going to see is not the grid order, it's just me splitting them into LMP1 GTD, and then I'm going to do my thing and, you know, get them actually in the right order. So for everyone who's watching on the stream, currently we're just going through and sorting out the grid order for this race. Right. Right, I'm just going to go through and make sure I got the grid in the right order. Right, yeah, the grid is in the right order, mate. Can you let the drivers know that we're going to be starting in 1 minute?
Yeah, I got you. JD needs to do something, so give him a minute. It won't be long, though.
Who needs a minute, sorry? I'm just dealing with something.
JD needs a minute. I don't know how long, though. JD's good now, so we're good to start.
Okay, I'm just dealing with something for 5 seconds and then I will be ready to start us up. Right, can you let the drivers know they've got about 10 seconds before I start the race? For Sonic, who's asking, is there going to be rain? No, because there's no rain in the weather forecast, so there's no rain set up on the lobby. Right, we are starting. Right, so we have Lucas on pole, Ruben P2, Sonic P3, Big Mac P4, Bolden P5, Natty P6, Maynard P7 in LMP1. In GTD we have Sampa, JDC, Outcast, Johto, Ivan, Sem, Yalk and Husky. Lucas leading the field to the line now. And we're underway here at Le Mans. Lucas making a good getaway, however that hybrid deployment from Ruben's 919 is going to lend an advantage here on the run up to the first couple of corners. Ruben closing up, starting to look for that gap early. The whole LMP1 field following through. Maynard ever so slightly deep there through the first corner. Ruben just coming through, following Ruben is Sonic, following them Bolden, Big Mac, Natty and Maynard. In GTD, Sampa a 6.5 tenth gap, 7 tenth gap coming down to Tetra Rouge, JDC second, Outcast third, Johto chasing in fourth, Husky all the way up to P5 in class on the first couple of corners, Sem P6, Vlave P7, Yalk P7 in class, sorry. Lucas leading the field away now in LMP1. The gap at 1.4 seconds, 1.6 seconds, 1.8 seconds now for Lucas. That is absolutely fantastic for the Audi driver. Ruben starting to close up with the slight difference in hybrid deployment between the Porsche and the Audi. The gap now down to 1.6 seconds. Bolden just behind Ruben. Close behind them is Sonic. Big Mac starting to be challenged by Natty here as we go into the second chicane. Natty looking to the inside, and is looking to the outside now as they drive off the chicane. Natty driving all the way around Big Mac at the second chicane there. Maynard right on Big Mac's tail as well now. Sampa leading by 4 tenths, 3 tenths from JDC on the way through the second chicane. JDC separated by 1.5 seconds to Outcast, who is fighting Johto. Husky now holding back Sem, Yalk and Vlave. Vlave is in the wall. That is a safety car. This is going to be a quick one, Husky. It's going to be a 2-lap safety car, so it'll be about 6 minutes. Pit lane's closed. Vlave has nose damage.
Do we just want to open it up just because this is a short safety car?
We'll do quickie yellow, and we'll get the pit lane opened up when the leader gets to the sector line in the Porsche curves. That's when we'll call pit lane open. So in about 20 seconds, because drivers will be starting to bunch up by that point, I think.
I got you.
Right, Lucas is at the sector line now. Because of the fact that we went to safety car almost immediately in the first lap, we're gonna open the pit lane up, let the people who need to pit. Nobody's gonna lose laps here because we're all still on lap 1. It would be interesting to see if anybody does opt to pit other than Vlave. Maynard upper position now. Sampa currently leading. JDC P2. OutCast P3 still. Johto P4. Husky P5, I believe. P6, P7 Yalk, and Vlave bringing up the rear with nose damage after a slight spin in the second chicane on the exit there. Now Vlave is obviously going to dive for the pit lane here and fix that M6 before rejoining, forming back up to the rear of the pack, and we'll be able to get underway again promptly. Now Vlave is in the pit lane, the leader's just coming through Tetra Rouge, so yeah, we will be going green hopefully by the end of this lap. Could you just clarify to the drivers to spread out a little bit further? OutCast is following, was following JDC a little bit. Just get everyone to just, you know, spread out a little bit. Vlave now out to the pit lane. Ruben P2, Bolden P3, Sonic P4, Natty P5, Maynard P6, Big Mac P7, Sampa P1 in GTD, P2 JDC, P3 OutCast. Ivan just coming through Tetra Rouge now on his way back up to the rear of the pack. We will be going green at the end of this lap. Right, Lucas just currently bringing the field through the second chicane. just easing everybody down onto the straight now towards the Mulsanne corner. The LMP1 cars all just dragging the brakes and starting to recharge that battery. The GT field all starting to form up as well. Outcast just dropping slightly back from the cars around him, just trying to keep that gap as sensible as possible. Vlaver's caught up with the back of the field, so we should be good. Now, the interesting thing here with safety cars is we can do this faster safety car procedure just due to the sheer length of the circuit. It is a possibility that we can actually get the pit lane open without having to complete 1 or possibly even 2 racing laps before opening the pit lane. Husky, could you pass it on to the drivers that the race is going to resume at the end of this lap, just to make sure that they've got it, please? The interesting thing here is the sun is just starting to get towards setting now. Le Mans is not a lit circuit in the same way that Daytona is, so with night coming, the track temperature not only is going to drop, but the visibility is going to substantially drop as well. Now, all of the LMP1 cars just building up tyre temperature again, really starting to weave around and on the way down to the Porsche curves. These safety car procedures are quite tricky for these 919s, especially with the way their hybrid deploys at low speed. It can be quite tricky to manage the actual car control for drivers at this low speed, just due to the way that the hybrid deploys at about 120 to 140 kph. Now, with Lucas approaching the final couple of corners, the race will get underway again in a moment. Lucas now pulling away on the restart, Ruben jumping ever so slightly up on the restart as well. Ruben now chasing Lucas into the first couple of corners. Ruben looking to the inside, thinks about it, has a little look, doesn't go for the move just yet. Coming through the chicane, all of the LMP1 cars make it through cleanly, all of the GTD cars come through as well and make it through the chicane cleanly as well. The two 911 RSRs of N3XUS Racing absolutely wheel to wheel here. Johto with nose and tail damage, Husky with nose and tail damage also, Sem with nose and tail damage, and Yelk with nose damage as well. Ivan coming up to the back of this field also. It seems as if some of these drivers in the GTD class didn't listen in the driver's briefing and were following one another too close again.
What seemed to have happened is that someone either got a lag spike and it pegged everyone backwards.
Right.
So we had 9th through I think it was 12th, just sandwich.
Yeah. Now Lucas leading by 1.6 seconds again to Ruben. This could be quite interesting because these two cars, the R18 and the 919, are rather different in terms of both their handling characteristics around this circuit as well as the way that drivers approach the circuit. Bolden going extremely deep there into the second chicane. Fortunately he rejoins and is alright. That won't be a safety car, but that was an extremely large off for Bolden there at the second chicane. Sampa just leading by 2 seconds over JDC now. JDC just coming through the kink. OutCast followed by Johto, followed by Ivan, followed by Husky, followed by the 2 JM Trackside Lamborghinis. Both of those cars with damage. Lucas now starting to ramp the pace up a little bit in the lead of this race. Currently everybody is setting purple sectors due to the safety car on the first 2 laps. As things are right now, Husky in the GTD class has the fastest lap. A slight snap of oversteer there for Sonic on the exit of the corner. Natty right on his tail coming up towards the Porsche curves. A train of cars here. 4 cars behind Sonic at the moment, who appears to be acting as the cork in the bottle for these drivers. If one driver gets past Sonic, I suspect a lot more than one driver will get past. I think all 3 cars behind him might stand a chance of getting by if Natty gets close enough and can get a move done. Sonic just coming through here to the final couple of corners. Ruben now 2.3 seconds behind Lucas. Lucas really pulling away and starting to put on a masterclass here in the R18. Fastest lap, 3:26.9 from Lucas. Really impressive lap time considering most drivers were at or around that lap time in qualifying. He's doing it in full race mode. A 3-second gap now to Ruben behind him. Ruben now with a 2-second gap also to Sonic. Sonic with a 1.4 second gap back to Natty. Natty now starting to get in the way of Maynard, who if he falls back will fall back into the clutches of Big Mac and potentially almost as far back as the clutches of Bolden behind all of them. Behind all of this, Sampa setting a 4-minute flat lap time in the GTD class, followed by JDC setting a 4-minute 2-second lap. OutCast setting a 4-minute 5-second lap. Ivan all the way up to P11 overall and P4 in the class currently. Husky still driving round with damage. Johto, Yalk and Sem all committing to the pit lane here to repair their cars for the damage that they received under the safety car. Hopefully also to be able to put a bit of fuel in the car, perhaps even change tyres, and hope that the race momentum changes direction for them with a slight change in speed because of the tyres and a slight change in strategy also because of the fuel being filled up. An interesting call there from all 3 drivers to refuel despite still comfortably being within the fuelling window if there was another safety car. Lucas now leading the LMP1 field by 3.5, nearly 3.7 seconds. Ruben leading Sonic by 2.7 seconds. Sonic just holding on at the moment, holding Natty right around 1.4 seconds, just outside of slipstream range. Big Mac passing Maynard down the straight with the momentum following him. Big Mac just coming round the Mulsanne corner now, trying to pull away from Maynard. Maynard with the low-speed hybrid deployment, Big Mac with the high-speed hybrid deployment. We're going to see them go side by side here again down the straight at high speed. 170 miles an hour, 180 miles an hour for these cars. Coming up to an incredibly high-speed corner where many incidents occur by going 2x2 through it. Maynard has a look, thinks better of it as he gets to the corner. Going round Indianapolis now. Both cars absolutely flying here. Personal best sector by 2 seconds for Big Mac. Maynard absolutely all over the gearbox of that 919, and all this is doing is allowing Bolden to just sneak up on the pair of them. From 3 seconds back, he is closing that gap rapidly. Sampa now 4.5 seconds in the lead of GTD. JDC P2. 4 seconds behind him is Ivan. Behind him, 2.5 seconds back is OutCast, followed by Husky. OutCast with damage, Ivan without damage, JDC without damage, and Sample without damage. Husky coming through still with damage, still not opting to pit just yet. Johto, Yulk and Sem all forming a bit of a slipstream train here down the straight towards the Mulsanne corner. Headlights starting to come on these cars as the sun starts setting here at Le Mans. This is a critical point in the race for these drivers, because this is the point where the visibility starts coming down, but so does the track temperature, and having a fresher set of tyres at this point is absolutely critical to the night running, because it allows these drivers to just have a slight advantage in terms of pace through the night running. Ruben setting a purple first sector, ever so slightly deep on the run through Tetra Rouge. Sonic chasing him down, Natty behind. Big Mac now having cleared Maynard by almost a full second on pace. Bolden now 7/10 behind Maynard on pace. This could get interesting here in the battle for 5th. 3 cars involved. Bolden still closing up to Maynard on this straight towards the first chicane. Could we see a move pulled off here by Bolden towards the end of this straight, perhaps even into the Mulsanne corner? Bolden now closing up to 4/10 behind Maynard. This is a fantastic drive here from the American. Bolden still sat comfortably in the slipstream of Maynard in front. Maynard sat just on the cusp of the slipstream from Big Mac in front of him. All 3 of these cars could be in a battle in a moment for P5 overall. Maynard now just starting to get into that defensive mindset, thinking about, how can I hold up Bolden? How can I keep him behind me? I've got to hold on to this position. The reality of that is the fact that the sheer speed that Bolden is bringing on this circuit with this car is absolutely phenomenal, and I doubt there is anything that Maynard could really do to hold on at this point in time. Bolden just looking for the move there, looking to the inside, looking to the outside, trying to get the better drive off the corner. A slight brush of the gravel track there. 1.9 seconds up on his personal best lap for Maynard. Bolden still sat comfortably in the slipstream, 3.5 back on this lap. Sampa now just exiting the first chicane. JDC 5.4 seconds behind him. Ivan 4.5 seconds behind JDC. OutCast 4.5 seconds behind him. 6 seconds behind them is Husky, followed by a pack of 3 cars 40 seconds back. Yulk just getting off there, and that is going to be another safety car there for Yulk going off track. That was quite a significant off for the Finnish driver in the Lamborghini for JM Trackside. A huge moment coming down to Tetra Rouge. He ran wide out into the grass and span off. That is far from ideal for him, considering the fact we've already seen a similar incident for Ivan coming out of the second chicane, where not having any traction control just got the better of him. Husky, have you communicated to the drivers that we're under safety car? Cool.
Yeah, have they slowed down enough?
Yeah, I'm guessing that they're probably all not too happy with the fact that that just got called, but that was a huge off. Just remind them this time that the GT guys especially need to either not run single file, and they need to run staggered, like one to the left, one to the left, one to the right, so that they're not all in one line, so that if there is a lag spike they all miss each other, or to give more space. At this point we're going to say that the pit lane is still closed. GTD cars can't pit. Right, so Sampa just coming round the final couple of corners now. All of the GTD cars still going at quite a high speed. Can you tell Yalk that he can repair the damage when the pit lane is open?
He can emergency service it though. You forgot about that. You're allowed to change damage or repair damage. That's all he needs to do. So he's allowed to enter.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I thought no. Emergency service is low fuel only.
I thought it was also
no,
damage.
no, he can't.
Okay.
He's got to wait until the pit lane's open. Sampa's just rounding out of Tetra Rouge. The LMP1 leaders are about halfway to the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight currently. So for those of you who are just joining us at the moment, we are at Le Mans for the fourth round of the DRA Racing DRA Endurance Series. We're currently under safety car for the second time this evening for another crash with a GTD car involved. Unfortunately, this time it was Yalk. He went off in a significant way coming through Tetra Rouge. He got understeer into the barrier. Yalk is pitting. Husky.
We've told him for fuel. I think he thought he could do damage, and I told him not.
Well, I'm going to watch this because if he doesn't
watch
need
it.
fuel.
Yeah,
he doesn't need fuel.
You never know.
He's getting fuel.
He might just be topping up.
No, he didn't top up. He got like 3% or 4%. That'll have to be looked into post-race. I'm going to do the message now saying the pit lane's open. Right, so to recap, Lucas is in the lead currently, Ruben P2, Sonic P3, Natty P4, Big Mac P5. As you can see, the lights are on currently here. Maynard P6, Bolden P7, Sampa currently leading the GTD class, JDC P2, Ivan P3, Outcast P4, Husky P5, Johto P6, Sem P7, and Yalk P8 in the GTD class. The trigger for this safety car was Yalk. He had a large crash at the entrance to Tetra Rouge, where he went into the grass and then nose into the barrier while spinning out of control into the gravel, which is what ultimately stopped the Lamborghini from hitting any further barriers beyond that. So the gravel trap absolutely doing what it's intended to there. Yalk now just trying to catch up to the pack at the moment. We don't need to do a wave around currently because nobody has lost a lap due to the two safety cars that we've had so far. An incredibly bright perspective is being lent to the stream currently courtesy of Gran Turismo. A view looking straight down the Mulsanne straight and straight into the entire GT field's headlights. Now, with the sun setting, this would be a critical moment for some of these cars to pit, especially considering that under safety car there is no real disadvantage to pitting these cars, putting some fuel in, getting the tyres sorted and getting back underway. Now, as we follow slightly more directly some of these cars, we're currently under safety car. We're just trying to get everybody into the right order and get everyone caught up under safety car. The pit lane is open for those who have damage. We're going to resume racing at the end of the next lap once we've got everybody in the right order. Right, so for everyone who's just joining us, welcome to the DRA Endurance Series. This is round 4 at Le Mans. This is the second 3-hour race. The first 3-hour race was at Daytona about 5 weeks ago now, possibly a little bit longer, where we saw significant interventions from the safety car throughout large portions of the race, similarly to here, where we have had 2 moments so far in this race where we have had to have safety car intervention. Currently the field is all bunched up, they're getting ready to all go to the pit lane, I believe, apart from maybe 2 or 3 cars who have already made a pit stop under the last safety car. This could be a very interesting opportunity because the leader's choice, Lucas's choice in the R18, whether he stays out or pits, will largely define what happens for the rest of this race. Lucas just weaving around, trying to keep some temperature in those tyres at the moment. Lucas choosing to stay out currently. Ruben committing to the pit lane. Sonic also committing to the pit lane, as is Natty, and Big Mac stays out. So both WSR Audis stay out. All of the Porsches commit to the pit lane in the LMP class, as does Sampa, JDC, Ivan, OutCast, Husky, Johto. All of the GTD cars also committing to the pit lane as things are right now. So Big Mac and Lucas staying out currently. Husky currently net P2, however that is going to change due to the shuffle of GT cars. Sonic interestingly chose the mediums there. It's an interesting choice for this, however it could pay off because these mediums in these cold conditions, you could potentially double or even triple stint those tyres and not need to change tyres for almost potentially an hour, maybe even longer during this race. Big Mac currently P2, Lucas currently P1, WSR 1-2 under safety car as things are. These 2 Audis have not stopped yet, so I believe they're currently sticking to their initial strategy planning. Sonic just coming up to catch up to everybody. Bolden and Ruben just catching up with everyone else as well. Ivan choosing not to change tyres under the pit stop, however he has filled the car up with fuel. Maynard currently behind Ivan. Johto currently P2 in GTD, Sampa P3, Yalk P4, Sem P5, however he does have a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit lines. JDC P6, Husky P7, OutCast P8. Husky, can you hear me?
Yep, what's up?
Can you communicate to Vlave to let Maynard past him, please?
Right.
That's the only position swap we need to do. Right, so Maynard has just passed Vlave there to come up to the rear of the LMP1 field. The reason we do this swap around is so that on the restart where we don't end up with LMP1 cars mixed in with GTD cars, so that for safety reasons we don't end up with an absolute mess of a restart essentially. could you communicate to the drivers that the race will resume end of this lap?
Yep, got you.
Right, so as things are currently, Ivan leads GTD and has elected not to change tyres under the safety car. Johto currently P2 with fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. Sampa P3 with fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. Yalk P4 with fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. Sem P5 with a 3-second pit lane cutting penalty, fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel. JDC P6. Fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel also for him. P7 Husky. Fresh tyres and a full tank of fuel for the Nexus driver. And OutCast bringing up the rear. Again, full fuel and a fresh set of tyres for him as well. Lucas now leading us up and through Indianapolis as things are. Currently we're under safety car. The two WSR cars, currently 1-2 under safety car, have not stopped for fuel or for tyres as things are. So this restart could be incredibly interesting because all of the Porsche 919 drivers behind them have elected to take tyres and fuel at the last pit stop. There's an interesting selection of tyres as well in that class. Sonic electing the mediums. All of the other cars, Natty has elected not to change tyres also. Bolden, Ruben and Maynard all electing to fill the cars up with fuel. Natty electing to fill the car up with fuel but not change the tyres. Sonic taking mediums and not filling the car up. Big Mac taking no pit stop whatsoever, and Lucas also taking no pit stop. We're currently about 35 minutes through this 3-hour race. And as things are, anybody could win this because of the number of safety cars we've had. I believe we've so far had 2 full laps of green flag running in 7, so hopefully these drivers will start to calm down a little bit now, and hopefully we'll start seeing the orders start to, be a little bit more normal. So as we see these cars rounding out the last couple of corners towards the final chicane, Lucas is leading the field. He's the control car at this point. He knows when he's got to go. He knows where the restart zone is. It'll be interesting to see at what point does he elect to go, especially with his teammate right behind him. Just rounding out the second to last chicane now. The green flag command will go in a moment. And Lucas starting to pull away again. Big Mac starting to pull away with him. Sonic coming with them. Natty also. The whole LMP1 field coming as a whole group through the first couple of corners. Big Mac and Lucas are going to have their work cut out in a significant manner here. They have not changed their tyres since the start of the race. Sonic has changed his tyres, but he's on a slightly harder compound of tyre. He's on a medium tyre compared to the two WSR R18s on the soft tyre. Natty is on a worn set of softs, however he does have a full tank of fuel. Bolden closing all the way up to the back of Natty now with fresh soft tyres and more fuel. Bolden pulling out of the slipstream now of Natty. Looking at 2 wide coming into this chicane. Ruben looking at making it 3 wide. Ruben makes it 3 wide coming into this chicane. Bolden boxed in, nowhere to go. Project 1919's both in front of him now. Hard on the brakes for all of them. And that is a fantastic piece of racing from those drivers. 3 wide, no collisions, absolutely beautiful. Ruben now up to P4. He is going to be on an absolute charge here to catch Sonic up. This could help the R18s of WSR massively here. It's certainly going to massively help Lucas in the lead here. With these 919s squabbling as they are coming through these chicanes, especially at this point in time, it's going to add another level of complexity to the management of this race for Lucas. However, it's also going to make it an awful lot simpler if they all decide to race this hard and lose time. Too wide again, coming up towards the Mulsanne corner. The GTD field now being led by Johto, followed by Ivan, followed by Sarthe, followed by Husky, followed by JDC, followed by Yalk, followed by Sem with more damage on the front of his car. OutCast following him as well, 4 seconds back. Sem with another Lamborghini with damage again here at Le Mans. The white light of the headlight just peeking through the smashed headlight cover there. That is an interesting detail that Gran Turismo has included in this game. Now, a slight off in the back there for Yalk into the gravel. Nothing major though. JDC, Husky, Sarthe, Johto and Ivan all running in a huge pack of 5 cars on the way down to Indianapolis. This is going to be absolutely fascinating. All 5 of these cars showing incredibly good pace here at the moment. Ivan leading into Indianapolis now, hard on the brakes. Sarthe looking to the inside, JDC looking to the inside, Husky looking to the outside. Johto looking to the inside of Ivan, thinking better of it, coming round towards the Porsche curves now. All of those cars using up absolutely all of the curb there, as there's a small off in the back there for, I believe that was Yalk again, or possibly even Sem. One of those 3 cars in the rear of this group came off slightly wide there. JDC looking to the inside of Husky, thinks better of it, coming through the Porsche curves now. It's Ivan from Johto, from Sarthe, from Husky coming through these Porsche curves. JDC on the back of this train as well. Yalk coming through this bit of the circuit as well now with nose damage on the opposite side to his teammate. OutCast coming through the Porsche curves also. Up in the front we have Lucas pulling away from his teammate Big Mac. Big Mac pulling away from Sonic. Sonic currently acting as the cork in the bottle for all of the other Porsches. He currently has the mediums on the car. Maynard running slightly into the grass there. Natty all the way down in P7 now with his worn tyres. Maynard P6, Bolden P5. Ruben currently gaining on Sonic. Sonic the lead Nexus LMP1 at this point. Ruben just looking for his move, thinking about where he's going to make his move. Looking to the outside here for the chicane, looking for that optimum line. Hard into the corner, Ruben coming out just still behind Sonic. Sonic pulling away slightly through the mid corner there. Ruben now 7 tenths back from Sonic, or 7 tenths ahead, sorry, of Bolden. Sonic 9 tenths, nearly a full second ahead of Ruben. Ruben still comfortably in the slipstream range of that car. Sonic hoping that he can catch up Big Mac on the in the R18. Both Lucas and Big Mac and WSR R18s are currently leading at this stage. 41 minutes have elapsed of this race. As things are right now, we are in for an absolutely fantastic couple of hours left of racing here at Le Mans. Big Mac just coming through the Mulsanne corner. Sonic just coming through as well with Ruben and Bolden. Followed by Maynard, followed by Natty. A huge pack of Porsche 919s coming through there. All absolutely charging towards the corner at Indianapolis. Ivan still leading in GTD. Sarthe looking to the inside of Johto. Looking to the inside, looking to the inside, looking to the outside now. Sarthe looking left, right, inside, outside of Johto, trying to find a way past. JDC has now passed Husky. This pack of 5 cars is shuffling positions rapidly here. Ivan currently acting as the cork in the bottle for this pack. He has worn tyres, slightly less fuel than Johto behind. Sarthe on fresh tyres, everyone else in this group on fresh tyres here. Ivan just running it slightly deep off the corner there. Johto still gaining. Sarthe starting to get defensive from JDC now. Husky starting to catch back up to the rear of this pack. OutCast has passed both Sem and Yelk. Sem with another 3-second penalty for cutting the pit lane lines. OutCast nearly 8 seconds off the back of this pack. Now, what will happen here? Johto getting slightly squirrely coming through that corner. Ivan still leading. Johto absolutely all over his rear bumper. Looking to the left, looking to the right again, thinking about his move. JDC looking to the inside of Sarthe, thinking better of it. Husky now taking advantage of all of these cars. Now only 9/10 back. OutCast nearly 8 seconds back still. In the lead, we currently have Lucas for WSR, followed by his teammate Big Mac. Neither of these cars have pitted yet. All of the 919s currently chasing them have stopped and have taken a combination of tyres and or fuel. Sonic leads this group currently on a medium tyre. Bolden P2 in this pack, also second in this pack. Ruben third in the pack, Maynard fourth, Natty fifth in this group of 919s. All of the 919s currently in this race are trying to chase Big Mac down in that WSR R18, and it is only a matter of time before one of these cars has to pit for tyres and fuel. Could this be a strategy masterclass from WSR or a strategy disaster class from them? An interesting call not to pit under safety car in preference of track position. However, the odds of that paying off are quite low here. Bolden and Sonic now absolutely door to door, wheel to wheel going through to the second chicane. And Bolden is through on Sonic, up into P2. Sonic now on the medium, Bolden on a fresher set of softs, with the speed and the momentum to start really getting after Big Mac and WSR R18s. Ruben now closing up on Sonic as well, thinking about where can he make a move on the 919 in front of him. Sonic is going to be really contemplating whether he should have taken a soft tyre here with everyone else's pace. Natty in the back starting to get extremely squirrely on those extremely worn soft tyres. Maynard ahead of him. Ruben still looking and thinking about where he can make that move as Sonic pulls out of the slipstream. Makes it too wide with Bolden again, coming down towards Indianapolis. Is Sonic ahead? Sonic is ahead going into Indianapolis. Bolden now back into P4 in class. Ruben on the tail of Bolden. All of these cars looking left and right, trying to find the space, trying to find that little bit more lap time to get past the car ahead of them. Big Mac and Lucas now just starting to ease off into the distance, almost a 10-second gap to Sonic in P3 for Lucas. Bolden 4/10 back there, coming into the Porsche curves. All of these cars running fantastically well at this point for Porsche and for the teams running them. The interesting thing here now is Sonic actually helping WSR by having taken the mediums and fighting his teammate? I think he could be, because he seems to be staying out constantly, staying in the way of his teammate, and not particularly closing up on the cars in front. That gap now at 10 seconds exactly, a 3:29.3 on that last lap from Sonic. Big Mac a 3:27.1 on his last lap. Lucas 3:27.3 on his last lap, with a fastest lap of a 3:25.9 currently. Could we be seeing Sonic disrupting this race, not only for his teammate but for all the other Porsches as well, by having made a poor tyre choice here? However, as I say that, he is now nearly 4/10 purple in the first sector. Could we see this gap start coming the other way? Meanwhile, going back to the battle in GTD, Johto now leading from Sarthe, who is leading from JDC and Husky. OutCast now ahead of Ivan. Ivan falling back slightly due to those worn tyres compared to everyone around him. Now the interesting thing here is for Ivan, he chose not to change the tyres at that last pit stop. Everybody in front of him did. That did give him track position off the safety car, however it has now disadvantaged him somewhat compared to the other cars ahead. Johto leading from Sarthe in GTD. JDC leading from Husky in the rest of this pack, coming through to the final couple of corners. JDC absolutely charging after the cars in front, knowing that this race could be absolutely critical for his Drivers' Championship at the moment. Looking back to LMP1, Ruben is now side by side with Sonic. Bolden ever so slightly ahead of them. Ruben looking to the inside, not quite there for the move. Ruben trying to outrun Sonic on the traction, and he doesn't get the traction. Sonic still ahead, trying to defend for his life for his teammate, and all this squabbling is just helping WSR Audis. Both Lucas and Big Mac at this stage are going to have to think about a pit stop incredibly soon. However, with the way that these cars are all fighting, they're not actually going to lose all that much time. They might only lose 10 seconds to this group. For them, that's 5 laps of green flag running compared to this group's current pace. Bolden currently the lead Porsche here for the LMP1 class and for Nexus. Ruben P2, Maynard P3 in this pack of Porsches. Sonic still fighting as well. Coming up towards the Porsche curve, Sonic trying to look for a way around Maynard. Maynard staying ahead of him. Ruben staying ahead of both of them. Absolutely flat through these corners. Natty bringing up the rear of this pack of cars. Big Mac, does he commit to the pit lane? No, he doesn't. Lucas doesn't commit to the pit lane either. Are they trying to stay out that little bit longer and open that gap up to the other LMP1 cars here to be able to stay ahead of everyone? Johto now leading GTD by 2.3 seconds. Sampras starting to defend from JDC here. JDC lighting the back of that M6 up fantastically with the Endurance Racing lights on his AMG. Husky bringing up the rear of this group now. OutCast slightly ahead of Ivan. Ivan opting not to use a fresh set of tyres at the last pit stop. However, he is quite slow compared to the cars behind him. Sem just coming down towards the second chicane now. Still having repaired that damage. Yalk having repaired his damage as well. Both of those Hurricanes coming down towards the second chicane and through the second chicane for Sem. A personal best sector there for him. The slight peak of white headlight coming off that Lamborghini now as well due to the slightly damaged nature of that car. Yalk almost identical in the way that his car is running to Sem in front. Ivan now thinking when a good time to stop for more tyres would be. Sampa still defending furiously from JDC coming through the Porsche curves. JDC thinking about which way is he going to have to go to get this move done. Will he get the move done in the Porsche curves? Will he stay behind Sampa? JDC pulling out of the slipstream there, side by side with Sampa. Sampa still ahead going into the corner. JDC trying the outside, the other side now. Husky closing up to the back of both of them as well. Could we see a 5-way fight again in a moment for this lead of GTD? It's certainly a 3-way fight for P2 in GTD as things are. Sampa still P2, Johto escaping by the moment. A 4-second gap now almost for Johto in the 911 RSR. Sampa still P2, JDC P3, Husky P4, Outcast P5, Ivan P6, slightly falling back, however still faster than the two JM Trackside Lamborghini Hurricanes behind him. Lucas still not stopping, nearly an 8-second gap to his teammate Big Mac. Big Mac slightly falling back now. Both of these WSR R18s are going to have to contemplate pitting incredibly soon here in order to maintain a strategic advantage. Now, a critical moment in this race. Bolden now leads. Lucas and Big Mac, both of the WSR R18s, committing to the pit lane on this lap. Both of them are going to need tyres and fuel. Lucas in his pit box. A fresh set of Michelin Pilot Sport tyres waiting for him. A tank of fuel is there as well. The fuel's starting to fill that car up. Big Mac also taking a fresh set of Michelin Pilot Sport tyres. Johto starting to close that gap up to the LMP ones ahead of him, although this won't be a significant closure of that gap. It's all important for later in the race for trying not to lose laps to the cars ahead. JDC still battling furiously with Sampa. JDC now ahead of Sampa. Sampa looking to the inside for the corner at the Mulsanne bend. Sampa is through on JDC at the Mulsanne corner. Husky now on the back of JDC as well. Slight moment of oversteer for both Sampa and for Husky there. JDC sandwiched between these two cars. Johto still running away slightly from this pack. Big Mac and Lucas now both about a minute behind. 50 seconds back in Lucas's case from the rest of the field, 25 seconds from Natty. He is going to start driving like an absolute madman to close this gap up. He is going to have to average the fastest lap currently in order to catch up in a fast enough way to the pack ahead before the next round of pit stops. However, that might be a strategic masterstroke from Lucas because of the current way that the lap times are falling. As things are, at the 3 hour mark, he may actually have cycled all the way to the lead. Now, Lucas just coming through the second chicane here. Big Mac just coming down to the second chicane. Johto still comfortably leading GTD. 5.2 seconds is the gap to JDC. JDC 7/10 of a second ahead of Sampa. Husky 5/10 back. All of these cars running almost identically through these corners. Now, JDC currently P2, he's going to have to start to ramp this pace up a little bit here in order to start closing up to Johto, or he's going to have to hope for another safety car because Johto is now 5.2 seconds ahead of JDC. Sampa 1 second behind JDC. Husky 7/10, 6/10 behind Sampa. Outcast 9 seconds back. Ivan another 4 seconds back from him. Sem and Yelk another 40 seconds behind Ivan now. Ivan almost in the window where he can have a free pit stop and critically stay ahead of both of these Lamborghini Hurricanes behind him. As things are for these Lamborghinis, they are currently 7th and 8th in class, however a really good effort considering it is their debut race. Yalk just starting to get a little bit squirrely there, and the blue flags have appeared for the first time in this race for Yalk. That will be for Bolden coming through to lap him. This is going to happen just after Tetra Rouge. In fact, it's not for Bolden to come through and lap him, it's for Natty to come through and lap him. Maynard, Sonic, Ruben and Bolden have already passed Yalk. Yalk now passed by Natty. Maynard, Sonic, Ruben and Bolden all in the lead here, all closing up on the next group of GTD cars, which should be Ivan and OutCast in the AMG. Bolden still setting purple sectors despite the extremely worn nature of his tyres. Could he be looking to take points away from WSR here for the fastest lap? Now Bolden just starting to close up on Ivan in the M6. This could be interesting. Bolden's going to catch up to Ivan just before the Porsche curves, I believe. The speed difference between these GT cars at high speeds on a straight and the LMP1 cars is only actually about 10 miles an hour. However, the real difference is achieved through the corners. Bolden 3/10 purple, coming up to get past Ivan. Ivan moving over and letting Bolden through, as he should. Bolden now coming up to the Porsche curves. He is going to catch OutCast right in the middle of the Porsche curves here. That might kill his momentum for this fastest lap attempt. However, Bolden is still absolutely flying through these corners. OutCast ever so slightly in the way. Bolden electing to go round the outside of OutCast in the Porsche curves. A fantastic move by the American driver. Now the critical thing here is we're almost getting to the point where these drivers are going to be considering another pit stop. The question is, if I was an LMP1 driver, would not only be what tyre do I go for first, but when, because you've got to remember the two WSR R18s had track position off the last safety car. And not only did they have track position, they only stopped about 3 laps ago for tyres and for fuel. That will play massively into any decision of these LMP1 drivers. Just purely because of the way that this strategy will fall. Lucas's pace has been fantastic today. And I've very little doubt, as Bolden goes past Husky into Tetra Rouge, Sonic pitting, he is out of fuel. Lucas now going to undercut Sonic. This is critical for this race. Sonic was only 5 seconds behind Natty. Lucas now starting to come across GT traffic as well. Natty now 19 seconds ahead of Lucas. Big Mac is also going to likely come past Sonic while he's in the pit lane. This is critical for this race because these R18s are going to be almost, I would estimate, 20 seconds ahead, if not more, of Sonic after this pit stop. Has Sonic... Sonic electing to take fuel. I didn't see him change tyres though. Could this be a good decision just to save a little bit of time on this pit stop? The Nexus driver obviously not in a great position right now. However, if he can afford not to change tyres much more throughout this race, it will help. And that's what's happened. Sonic has elected to stay on the medium tyre and to continue. Big Mac now 10.9 seconds ahead. Lucas 30 seconds ahead of his teammate. Natty only 18 seconds ahead of Lucas now. The critical thing here is that Natty's tyres are almost at the limit of what they can survive. However, his fuel hasn't run out yet, so Natty is playing an incredibly dangerous game here with Lucas behind him in that R18. Will he pit at the end of this lap and allow Lucas to come through? Or will Lucas catch him on pace alone? Because that gap has fallen by half a second in the last couple of seconds, let alone over what it will fall like over the course of a lap. Ruben now P2, starting to ramp that pace up a little bit to close down Bolden in the lead. Bolden leading comfortably as things are, coming up towards the Porsche curves. He's cleared all of the GT cars that he needs to. Johto still leading GTD, JDC P2, Sampa P3, Husky P4, Maynard just coming through to lap these cars now. Husky right under the rear wing of the BNR BMW. Ivan just about 8 seconds behind OutCast, but still comfortably ahead of the two Lamborghinis behind him, and critically ahead of them on the pit stop window, because he is starting to need fuel quite badly here. Now Ivan will probably elect to pit at the end of this lap. These BMWs have got some great pace, but the fuel consumption, as far as I've heard from these drivers, is not where they would like it to be. However, OutCast being 8 seconds ahead, Ivan is going to have about a 40-second pit stop to refuel that car. He's going to come out with Sem, with Yalk in the two Lamborghinis. Not that that will affect him much, as those cars will also need to pit incredibly soon. The top 4 in GTD currently all will need to stop incredibly soon as well. JDC's fuel tank currently showing in the red. Johto not far from showing in the red either. Sampa a little bit better than those in front of him. OutCast committing to the pit lane. Ivan committing to the pit lane also. Both of these drivers opting to pit likely will both be changing tyres and adding fuel as well. The critical thing is where is that JM Trackside Lamborghini related to them? Sem coming through the Porsche curves now, coming towards the pit entry. He's going to need to pit in a few laps time anyway. Sem committing to the pit lane also. Does Yalk now coming through those corners see his teammate pitting ahead of him and also commit to the pit lane? Yalk also commits to the pit lane here. Husky, Sampa and JDC all still comfortably out in front. Johto 3 and a bit seconds ahead of all of them as Natty comes into the pit lane, takes a fresh set of soft tyres and full fuel. The R18's now at 3/4 of a tank of fuel each, and a slightly warmer set of softs than what Natty has, and a 10-second advantage for Big Mac. A 10-second advantage for Natty to Sonic. Sonic still stuck in traffic. OutCast with a 3-second penalty and blue flags there for cutting the pit lane entry or exit. Sem and Yalk still refueling, both cars opting to take tyres and fuel. Yalk taking another set of soft tyres and refueling, Sem taking the same. Ivan closing up slightly towards OutCast, who's got a 3-second penalty. Husky almost a minute ahead of those cars, right on the tail of Sampa, looking for his move now. JDC ahead of both of them. Husky making this move would be absolutely critical at this point. Sampa staying ahead, slightly deep from the Finnish driver though, off the exit of the corner. Both cars, that 911 RSR and the M6, getting a fantastic drive off the corner here. JDC in front of them is almost out of fuel at this stage. Will he make it back to the pit lane with what he has left in the tank currently? Johto 4.6 seconds ahead of JDC. This could be quite interesting with how this plays out. JDC, his car has got to be running on fumes at this point. There is almost no fuel in that Mercedes. Lucas coming up to lap these cars now. He's cycled all the way to P4 on the pit cycle currently, and in fact Lucas is going to cycle almost all the way to the lead at this rate of LMP1 and the overall lead of the race, especially considering how his pit cycle has changed. JDC really starting to ease that AMG through these corners towards the pit lane, starting to really struggle with fuel usage now. That AMG, I've no idea what it's running on. It must be fairy dust or something, and there goes the fuel. The fuel tank is showing as empty. JDC tempting fate a little bit here, and he makes it into the pit lane. Johto also committing to the pit lane, as does Sampa. Husky opting to stay out and complete another lap. All of these cars now will bunch back up with OutCast, who has completed laps here. While these cars have been on worn tyres, OutCast has been on a fresh set of has not been on a fresh set of tyres. OutCast opted not to change his tyres. That could be critical, and a 3-second penalty to serve as well for OutCast. That's going to allow Ivan to catch up massively through here. Now, OutCast coming through the Porsche curve. Ivan now only 5 seconds behind him. OutCast needs to get a good run through here. Johto still fueling the car. JDC also fueling that car up. Sampa doing the same. Now the question is, who's going to leave the pit lane first? It is Johto leaving the pit lane first. A 3-second penalty for Johto for cutting the pit lane line. Sampa coming out in P2, having jumped JDC at the pit stop. JDC 1.8 seconds behind the BMW M6, and as a driver, he's going to be sat there thinking, what on earth did I do wrong here? I went into the pit lane ahead of that M6, I'm now behind it. How does that happen? Did I make a mistake? And in reality, what it is he had less fuel on board than Sampa did by about 15%, I would estimate. And that fueling time, that 5 seconds of fueling time difference, is what's going to make the difference between JDC filling up all the way and Sampa only going to having to fill up slightly less than all the way. Critically here though, OutCast has cycled around to being 15 seconds behind them. Ivan 3.5 seconds now behind OutCast, 4 seconds behind. Not an ideal exit out of Tetra Rouge. A 3-second penalty coming his way for Johto. Johto trying to drive as fast as possible here in that 911 RSR to keep that gap to Sampa as big as possible. However, this is far from ideal for the Nexus Racing driver. Now Bolden in the LMP1 class committing to the pit lane here. Ruben also committing to the pits. Maynard will likely also make the same decision, and that's going to hand the lead back to WSR with an hour and 50 minutes left. Maynard also coming into the pit lane now. The critical thing here is that Lucas needs to elevate his pace slightly just in order to get the undercut completed on these drivers. He's just past the pit lane entry. He's just going to come round the final couple of corners. He knows that he's going to come past these cars and be back in the lead. Big Mac is going to come through, and Lucas sets a fastest lap of 3:24.5 as he comes past the pit lane. Now that is the kind of statement I was talking about earlier, of trying to set a qualifying style lap time here. that is absolutely critical for Lucas coming back to the lead at this point. He needs to start really setting these fast laps continuously now and trying to outrun Bolden and Ruben behind him. All three of these drivers in the top three currently are incredibly fast drivers. Maynard currently in a position where he's going to lose his track position to Big Mac, not by a lot, but by enough that Big Mac, by the time he gets to pit lane exit, Maynard is not going to lose track position. Big Mac has been jumped by Maynard on the pit stop. The strategy not quite working out perfectly there for the WSR driver. However, it has worked perfectly for one of the WSR drivers, Husky, committing to the pit lane here, completely out of fuel. Johto 55 seconds behind, rounding through the Porsche curves now. Sampa P2, net P2, 3 seconds behind Johto. JDC right under his rear wing. OutCast 15 seconds, 16 seconds behind this group. Ivan about 4.2 seconds behind OutCast here. Sem and Yalk nearly 34 seconds and 50 seconds behind Ivan respectively. That is a huge gap for those Lamborghini drivers to be making up here. JDC still looking for a way past Sampa. That gap has come all the way back down again here. However, it's still not come down by enough. Husky electing to take tyres and fuel in the pit lane. JDC and Sampa have both gone past for track position here. Johto has gone past as well. OutCast on his way through the final corner. The gap is not going to be a large amount, but it's going to be big enough that Husky isn't uncomfortable. Now, the critical thing here is that the top three continue fighting for Husky, because if they continue fighting, that gap for Husky is only going to come down again, and we're going to start seeing yet more pack racing between the top four drivers here. Now, the critical thing here for Bolden is to make sure that he runs as fast as he can. Bolden is nearly on the same pace as Lucas in front of him. However, it's absolutely critical that not only does he run consistently at that pace as the sun starts to rise in the background, but it's also absolutely critical as well that not only does Bolden run consistently at a 324 or 325 pace, but it's also critical that not only does he do that, but he also has to continue closing that gap up to Lucas consistently, and he has to hope that Lucas either makes a mistake here or is in a position where he gets caught in traffic and gets held up for a few seconds, although that's highly unlikely at this stage. Looking slightly further down the field, right now Johto is still leading comfortably by almost 4 seconds in the GTD class. JDC has made his way past Sampa yet again. Sampa's still looking for that kind of pace advantage, trying to find something to get past that Mercedes again. Sampa looking to the outside here, not the wisest move coming to Indianapolis. Sampa looking to the inside, looking now to try and find his position elsewhere in the lap. Most of the rest of this lap now for Sampa is going to be all about just keeping that gap as close as possible to JDC. Did JDC just click the wall there? He might have done. In fact, I think he did click the wall there on the exit of the corner. Sampa has got the momentum back with him to close up that gap. Husky just behind them, 5 seconds back, starting to close up. OutCast about 11 seconds back from Husky, still closing down on him. Ivan about 2 seconds behind Outcast, really closing down on him. The critical thing now for Ivan and Outcast is on an extremely worn and old set of Michelin Pilot Sport tyres here. Ivan is practically on a fresh set of these Pilot Sport tyres. Now, the critical thing really for Ivan is to just make sure that his pace stays below that of the car in front. The thing is, the difference at the moment is about 3/10 between these two drivers. That is not enough as things stand for Ivan to close that gap down and get ahead of Outcast. Outcast still staying out. An interesting call from the South African driver, especially considering the fact that he is on extremely worn tyres, and if he stays out much longer he's going to come under attack from the M6 behind him. Now JDC just starting to pull away a little bit from Sampa. Johto critically still 4.1 seconds ahead of JDC. Sonic and Natty still bringing up the rear of LMP1. Big Mac has just been passed by Maynard, I believe. Big Mac looking for a gap to find his way back past Maynard again, 7/10 up on his personal best lap. Maynard trying to outdrive the Audi, as unlikely as that is to happen here. Ruben running P3, trying to keep pace with Bolden through the Porsche curves. Lucas comfortably leading here for Audi. A 25.5 second gap here for Lucas and that WSR Audi. At this rate, he is going to be able to stop and continue doing what he's been doing previously in this race, and just keeping that gap nice and open for the other drivers. Bolden committing to the pit lane with nose damage here. Ruben doesn't have damage. Did Bolden clip a GT car, I wonder? None of the GT cars so far that I've seen have damage. Bolden may have just clipped a wall there somewhere in the lap. It might have even been on that hard right hand corner just after Indianapolis that he ran a little bit deep and clipped the wall. That is far from ideal here for him. Fuel going into that car, no change of tyres. The nose being repaired now. Bolden dropping to 7th. Bolden, oh, critically Bolden with a 3-second pit lane cutting penalty on the entry there. Natty 5 seconds ahead of Bolden. Sonic 9 seconds behind Bolden, his teammate there. Big Mac now 8/10 behind Maynard. Maynard just starting to pull away as the track temperature comes back up again. Ruben P2 currently still dropping away from Lucas in the lead. 27.6 seconds currently in the lead for WSR. The critical thing here as well is that now with such a long period of green flag running, largely these cars are spread out. Apart from these two, Big Mac now back ahead of Maynard. This fight really starting to hot up here. More importantly as well for Maynard, if Big Mac finishes on the podium here, it would be unbelievable for WSR. It would allow WSR to close the gap to Muppet Racing in the championship, as Tim Grin isn't here today. From the current gap, I suspect it might even allow them to gain the championship lead. I'm going to have to check that. As things are, how is the championship looking for these teams? As things are, Bolden leads the championship for N3XUS Racing. Tim Grin P2, Natty P3. So, as things are, Lucas and Big Mac are P7 and P8 in the championship, winning the race here at Le Mans would close them up, I believe, to being as things are, I believe they jumped from being P7 and P8 in the championship to being P3 and P4 in the championship if things finish in this order. Lucas electing to go to the pit lane now. It's an odd decision from the WSR driver. Could he be pitting for a fresh set of tyres? Those soft tyres far past their best now. Ruben is going to come past him, however, it may also be for a bit of fuel as well. Fresh set of tyres going onto that WSR Audi, and it is another set of racing softs here, and fuel going in as well. This is critical because the gap between Ruben and Big Mac is almost large enough that Lucas can fit into it. Big Mac is going to come past, Maynard is going to come past also, Natty might also come past. The critical thing here is though, Lucas could almost stop fueling as things are now and still be 6th overall and still comfortably, he's 5th overall leaving the pit lane. That is important there for Lucas. Sonic is in P6, currently crossing the line now. Lucas P5, 28 seconds behind the leader. He is attempting the largest undercut I have ever seen. Ruben now leading. Big Mac P2 currently, 19 seconds behind Ruben. This is interesting because currently as things are, Ruben is about a second a lap slower than Lucas and about the same sort of pace as Big Mac currently. Maynard is about the same as well. Natty also about the same. Lucas, however, is going to put the hammer down here and go on an absolute charge through the field where he now has a tyre advantage over all of the cars ahead of him. The other critical thing here as well is the fact that if Lucas can catch and clear Natty in the next lap, he can then start charging after Maynard and just ask his teammate to back Maynard up. Now Semmer's starting to get past there by both Big Mac and Maynard. Big Mac P2 currently 20 seconds behind Ruben. This is critical for this race because Big Mac can just start easing off a little bit here, and backing up Maynard would give Lucas the advantage he needs to start closing all the way back up to Ruben. Ruben only with a 20-second advantage, so that gap is now absolutely critical here. Meanwhile in GTD, Johto is still leading, a 3.4 second gap to JDC as the sun starts to rise again, who has a 2-second gap to Sampa. Husky is about 8 seconds behind Sampa as things are. Ivan has now cleared OutCast, is about 3 seconds ahead of him and is trying to close that gap down to Husky ahead. OutCast on those absolutely destroyed soft tyres now, he has to contemplate pitting and changing them in order not to lose more places. OutCast staying out again. Sem and Yalk both in a position where they can afford to stay out as well. OutCast really not making the wisest of decisions here. If I was in his position, I would have pitted for tyres 3, 4, 5, maybe even more laps ago, because those soft tyres now are going to be absolutely screaming for mercy on that AMG. And all delaying the pit stop is going to do for OutCast is damage his race further. So the critical thing here for OutCast is that not only do those worn tyres cost him time in the corners, they're also costing him time down the straights, because if you don't go through a corner smoothly because you're on worn tyres and you're having to really fight the car, you're then going to have a nightmare on the next straight because you'll have got a poor exit out of the corner. And then if you're having trouble on the straight because you've got a poor exit, you're then going to have trouble in the next corner on the entry, and it becomes this self-perpetuating cycle of problems for the driver, especially in a GT car like this. OutCast now under blue flags. That is for Big Mac to come past and lap him. Lucas is now past Natty and is on his way to go and catch Maynard here. The interesting thing here for Lucas is the fact that not only is he now past Natty and has the pace to catch the car ahead, a big snap of oversteer there for Lucas. The issue for him is that he's now got to go and catch Maynard ahead and catch his teammate, who between them they're only about 7 seconds up the road, the combined gap. However, in between them they're going to have to be fighting through GT traffic as well on the way. Ruben with a 22-second lead now, just coming up to lap JDC. In the Porsche curves, Ruben opting to... getting trapped behind JDC there. No contact was made, however that was a very risky move from Ruben through the Porsche curves. Ruben now just starting to catch up to Johto. Lapping Johto now. Big Mac still P2 overall. Maynard still about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds behind. The critical thing here now for Maynard is starting to up his pace, or at least try and back Lucas off. If Lucas gets backed up into potentially Natty or other LMP1 drivers behind him, it might just afford Ruben the time he needs to open the gap out in the lead to be able to turn this battle on its head. The problem is this battle is currently being decided by pit stops, and the problem with that is that all of these cars in the lead are being undercut currently by the WSR R18 of Lucas. The other absolutely critical thing here for Lucas is the fact that with better tyres and a better fuel percentage, if a safety car gets called in the next few laps and he opts to pit to counter any moves made by the other LMP1s around him, he would gain track position out of stopping under a safety car now, because he would need less fuel and therefore less time stopped in the pits. The other critical thing to note as well is not only would he need less fuel and less time in the pits, he would also be advantaged by the fact that he would have track position on the restart and track position leaving the pits under the safety car, which would just add up to really making this race perfect for him, because it would essentially be a reset at this point. We've just crossed the halfway mark. 1.5 hours into this 3-hour race, the sun has just risen. The forecast called for cloud at Le Mans today, so it is cloudy here on the circuit as well. The critical thing here now is for Lucas is to just really start putting those lap times in. If he could go for a fastest lap attempt now, that would be absolutely perfect for the WSR team. Interestingly, as we look further down the field, Johto, just having rounded out of the Mulsanne corner, on his way up to Indianapolis, now has Big Mac behind him. Following Johto is JDC, followed by Sarthe, about 2 seconds behind, followed by Husky, who is about 10 seconds behind Sarthe, but still about 13 seconds ahead of Ivan. Ivan critically is now about 8 seconds ahead of OutCast as Yalk goes to the pit lane again for tyres and fuel. It makes me wonder, at what point is OutCast going to realise he also needs tyres and fuel? He can't just run out of tyre. That would be horrific for his race. Not that he's not damaged his own race enough as things are by not stopping for tyres and fuel. It would just make things worse. The question is OutCast banking on a safety car being pulled, or something happening in the group ahead of him that would be advantageous to not stopping at the moment? The interesting thing here is that as this pit cycle plays out after the last safety car, Big Mac comes into the pits. Now that's interesting. He is also going to be undercutting several people. He's certainly going to be undercutting Bolden and Sonic by doing this. Sonic now opting to pit to cover Big Mac. That's an interesting call. Sonic just putting himself at risk slightly there of a pit lane cutting penalty, just running over the curb slightly. Seems to be a recurring issue for some of these drivers, where touching that curb in the pit entry chicane triggers a 3-second penalty. The critical thing now, beyond anything else for Lucas, is to close that gap to Maynard. Big Mac now 7th overall, currently taking on board fuel. He's taken a fresh set of Michelin Pilot Sport soft tyres as well. Sonic, coming into the pits, he's taking a set of tyres too. What has he opted for? Sonic, interestingly, opts for another set of medium tyres here. Fuel going into that 919. Big Mac leaves the pit lane. This is going to be a huge gap between both Big Mac and Sonic off the pit stop. Johto now under blue flags, 2.7 seconds ahead of JDC. JDC just being lapped by Bolden there. Sampa now 3 seconds behind JDC, still going strong on his debut here. Husky starting to struggle a little bit with tyres and the track temperature, I think. Ivan about 14 seconds behind him, also just struggling slightly with the track temperature and getting those tyres to work on his M6. OutCast 9 seconds back. Critically, OutCast is wearing these tyres very thin. Very soon he's going to find himself driving on the rims with no rubber left at all, as these tyres now, with recent updates to Gran Turismo 7, do behave like you have a puncture once they wear too far. Sema just coming down onto the Mulsanne straight behind Sonic, who's just left the pit lane. Sema into the wall there slightly. Slight amount of damage on that Lamborghini Huracan. Yalk, 2 minutes behind his teammate. Currently a lap down. Can he close up, or will we see a wave around procedure initiated under any potential safety car? Now, Ruben starting to think about raising his pace up a little bit. He has got to really open that gap up to Maynard behind him in order to retain the lead of this race. What Lucas needs to do now, that was a brief yellow. That was one of the Lamborghinis off. That was Yalk off into the gravel. He's returned back onto the circuit safely. There's going to be no safety car for that. That was a big off though there going into the Porsche curves for Yalk. Far from ideal. Not anything that the driver can do about that really in terms of going off. You just kind of have to sit in that location if you go off there and wait for a safe moment to rejoin. The problem is there's a huge train of cars currently making its way through that section of the circuit. Lucas now has caught all the way up to Maynard in front of him and is looking for that move to go past the 919. The question is where is that move for Lucas? He's probably going to be thinking about making it either into the next corner after this one, or potentially into the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, but he is all over the back of Maynard. Maynard starting to really defend from Lucas here. Lucas looking to the inside, level with Maynard, and he's through. Lucas is through to P2 overall again. The undercut working perfectly here for WSR. The tricky thing now for Lucas is that he now has to close nearly 30 seconds up to Ruben ahead of him. However, that's going to be quite easy considering the fact that Ruben has to make a pit stop quite soon. Relative to Lucas, he is off sequence compared to the WSR cars, who opted not to stop under the first safety car and run a slightly different strategy here in order to make it possible to retain the lead after that first safety car period. The critical thing now for Ruben really is the fact that he's going to need to really start cranking these lap times up as he sets a personal best sector coming off the Mulsanne corner. Ruben knows that he's got to really ramp these lap times up now beyond what he already has in order to stay in the lead of this race. The problem is Lucas is now up to P2. Natty has been passed as well. Natty and Maynard fighting for position. Natty up to P3, Lucas P2. This is critical now for this race because these Porsches are back to squabbling again as they were earlier, and that is what allowed Lucas up to the lead in the first place. The other significant thing to note here with this strategy battle, it will only take one safety car to completely neutralise this race and bring this strategy battle back to zero effectively. As we can see both JDC and Johto starting to need fuel again. Sampa nowhere near needing fuel, Husky also not anywhere near needing fuel. Ivan having just stopped, currently on an outlap. Outcast having just stopped and currently also on an outlap as well. Sem also on his outlap having just grabbed more fuel and tyres. Yalk not on an outlap, however he has pitted recently. Currently going around just ahead of the class leader in GTD. That gap is going to come back the other way and Yalk is going to be saved from being lapped for now by the pit cycle. However, that doesn't mean he's going to be able to hold on consistently. The other interesting thing here to note as well is the difference between the BMW, the AMG and the Porsches in this run. Johto appears to have run on a slightly different fuel setting to Husky. Sampa seems to be running on a very different fuel setting to JDC, and JDC appears to be going flat out, when in fact he doesn't need to be currently. Now Johto, are we going to see him commit to the pit lane at this stage? Yes we are. Johto committing to the pit lane here. Hard on the brakes for that chicane. Coming round and into the pit. JDC also committing to the pit lane. Sampa opting to stay out for another lap. This is important because Sampa's going to gain track position and a little bit of time on these cars by staying out and not needing to do a pit stop just yet. Critically though, Husky rounding the final couple of corners, he's opted to stay out as well. Ivan obviously staying out at this stage. Sun just being lapped by one of the WSR R18s, that is Lucas lapping him, as we see Yalk deep into the gravel again off the circuit. the critical thing here for Johto, and the most important thing for both Johto and JDC, is trying to estimate how much fuel they're going to need before their next pit cycle, because they've got an hour and 20 minutes left. They're doing about 7 laps on the current pit cycle, which is about something like about 28 minutes per pit cycle. If they time this right, they only have 2 more pit stops to complete. All of the top 4 in GTD only has 2 more pit stops to complete. However, the critical thing is, where are they going to be as those pit stops play out? Because as things are, with Sampa cycling through to the lead of GTD before his next pit stop, the important thing is that if he can retain that lead over JDC and over Johto, we will see him leading the race towards the end as well, I think. The critical thing for Johto and for JDC and for Husky now is to kind of stop the squabbling and to just go absolutely pedal to the metal to the end of this set of tyres and this tank of fuel now, to try and catch up and close any gaps they can to the cars ahead of them. Now that's critical to the race at the front as well. Natty opting to pit, having run almost out of fuel and out of tyres here. The interesting thing is Bolden opting to stay out, Lucas definitely staying out. Ruben, however, at the end of this lap is going to need to stop. Lucas has taken 2 seconds out of him in the last few laps. Ivan just slightly in the way there of Ruben. Ruben lapping Ivan now. Lap 27, about an hour and 45 minutes into this race. An hour and 15 minutes left to run. This is going to be critical if this race stays under green flag now, for Ruben not to lose any more time to Lucas than he absolutely needs to. Because right now, Ruben has lost quite a lot of time. Matty is still in the pit lane, he's refuelling at the moment. A fresh set of soft tyres has gone on there for him. Now the critical thing here for Natty, other than the pit stop as well, the change in position, he's now behind Maynard. Maynard currently on a fast lap, he's just pit as well. Bolden cycling through to P3 for the time being. The important thing for Bolden now is to just try and maintain the pace that he's got and try and stay ahead of Maynard on this pit cycle. Sampa committing to the pit lane in GTD from the lead here. 5% fuel left. An interesting call. Those tyres not quite as worn as the other cars around him when they stopped. This could be interesting to see play out for a number of reasons. Primarily because Sampa's strategy appears to be the same as the cars around him, but a lap ahead. Could this change the outcome of this race marginally for the Finnish driver, where his pit cycle choices have put him in a slightly different position to perhaps where he was estimating? He should, at this rate, come out ahead of Johto from this pit cycle. He's going to need about 2 seconds less fuel than Johto needed on his pit stop, which is going to be important. Johto just coming past the pit lane now. He's going to cycle back to the lead. Sampa is going to come out probably P3 in class as things are. Husky's still leading GTD, although I imagine not for long, as he's currently 45 seconds ahead of Johto, still needing to complete a pit stop. JDC 3 seconds up on Sampa. JDC slightly more wear on the front tyres and slightly less fuel. Sampa fresh tyres, full fuel, as we see Ruben jumping into the pit lane here for tyres and more importantly a full tank of fuel. This is going to hand Lucas The WSR R18 the lead again of this race with an hour and 15 minutes left on the clock. That's an important move for the outcome of this race. Ruben rejoining this race in third position, about 10 seconds behind Bolden, which is important. Bolden yet to stop on this current pit cycle. He's actually on a comparative pit cycle now, interestingly, to the WSR R18 immediately in front of him. 27 seconds, I say immediately in front. 27 seconds is the gap, another purple sector from Lucas. Lucas really starting to run this R18 as fast as it will go now. Now, interestingly, is Lucas going to be leading at the 2-hour mark? If he's leading at the 2-hour mark, it should mean that as the pit cycle is right now for LMP1, that at the 3-hour mark, critically at the end of this race, he will be in the lead. Still setting purple sectors here. He's trying to improve even further on his own current fastest lap as things are. More importantly than that, if Lucas keeps this pace up and the gap opens up to Bolden even further, on the pit cycle, Bolden is going to come out potentially 6th, maybe 7th behind Lucas. Lucas still purple, but not by much now. He has to continue leading this race as Husky drops into the pit lane from the lead of GTD. This is interesting because he's now nearly out of fuel yet again. Joto now leading GTD by about 5 seconds, a personal best sector there for him. JDC leading Sampa by about 5.5 seconds. Sampa leading Ivan by nearly 25 seconds here. Lucas now coming up to lap Sampa here in the Porsche curves. Clean move by Lucas, Sampa holding the right hand side as he should. The interesting thing here now for JDC and for Joto is where do these cars come out relative to Husky. Husky now in the pit lane taking another fresh set of soft tyres and fuel. Joto just coming past the pit lane exit. Husky is going to come out. Surely he must come out behind Sampa at this rate. Sampa just rounding the final corner now. And Sampa is past Husky. Ivan still closing that gap up slightly. He's not going to be ahead of Husky, but he's going to be very close at the end of this pit stop. Ivan just rounding through the final chicane. He has plenty of space to Husky, in fact. The interesting thing here now that I'm most curious about is Big Mac. He is running P6 currently. He's on a completely different pit cycle to everybody else in his class. Could he be now the favourite to win? Now the other thing to be considering here as well for WSR is the championship implication. Ideally, if I was in charge of WSR, I'd be getting Big Mac to start lifting his pace up a little bit more. Big Mac has to know that he's got to go a bit faster than this, but the question really is, can he? Because if Matty stays where he is and on the pit cycle stops before Big Mac, or Big Mac, actually, Big Mac might undercut Matty towards the end of the race. Maynard coming down onto the Mulsanne straight now, just starting to pull away a little bit from Matty. Ruben about 8 seconds behind Bolden as things are. Bolden P2 30 seconds behind Lucas. Critically, both Lucas and Bolden almost identical on fuel here. That's going to define a lot of the remainder of the race, because these LMP1 cars don't need to stop for fuel due to their hybrid drive system anywhere near as much as the GTD cars do. Now, for those of you who are just joining, this is the DRA 3 Hours of Le Mans, round 4 in the current season. As things are, WSR is leading the race. Lucas has had fantastic pace throughout. Bolden is currently P2. He's going to have to pit incredibly soon for tyres and fuel. He's just about to lap JDC, the championship leader in GTD. JDC currently P2 overall in GTD on track. Johto P1, Sampa P2 currently. A 7-second gap between JDC and Sampa, a 10-second gap between Sampa and Husky, a 14-second gap between Husky and Ivan. Now, the critical thing here is OutCast is about 6.6 seconds behind Ivan. That gap is slowly closing down. However, it's not closing down anywhere near quickly enough for it to close fully before the end of the race, as both drivers are setting relatively fast lap times. However, not fast enough really for that gap to be fully closed before the next pit cycle, where that gap will extend further again, I believe. Yalk there with another 3-second penalty for cutting across pit lines. Coming down towards Tetra Rouge, just going through Tetra Rouge now. The frustrating thing about Le Mans as a driver, really, if you're in these guys' position, is the fact that, the best way I can describe it, the pit entry is quite narrow, it's very tricky, there's walls either side, and if you make it into the pit lane, you have to be millimetrically perfect on the brakes as you go in, as there's a chicane hidden away in the entry. So you go through the entry as you normally would, and then you stamp on the brakes as hard as you can to try and make this chicane before the game actually starts the pit lane animation for you. The problem is with that as a driver in a GT car, especially on worn tyres, that is incredibly tricky to navigate, because you're on worn tyres. The GT cars, especially on worn tyres, don't stop anywhere near the optimum of what they can do. The important thing really is that you just kind of have to guess as well where the braking point is, because there's the track surface there, the grip feels rather different as well as a driver on the pit entry here at Le Mans, in the same way that the track edges in the Porsche curves feel rather different. The pit entry feels rather different as well, and I have a feeling we're about to see Lucas go through the exact thing I've described However, for these LMP1 cars, the pit entry is rather interesting. You come into it doing about 170 miles an hour, and you have to really stamp on the brakes. There you go, in fact. And there you go, Lucas absolutely stamping on the brakes, trying to make it through the pit lane cleanly and into the pits. He's going to want tyres and fuel for this pit stop. Bolden is going to have to react to that pit stop critically. The 40-second gap to Ruben that Lucas has is going to bring him out about 5 seconds behind Ruben as things are. Right in that gap between Ruben and Maynard, that is about 31 seconds at the moment. The interesting thing here is Big Mac appears to be on a slightly different pit cycle to the cars ahead of him and behind him. Actually, in fact, Sonic is almost on an identical pit cycle to Big Mac. However, the cars ahead of Big Mac, Natty and I believe Maynard as well, and Ruben to some extent, are all on a slightly different strategy than the cars behind. Bolden electing to stay out, complete another lap and retain the lead. Bolden ever so slightly into the grass there. That 919 starting to struggle on these soft tyres. They're extremely worn at this point. The problem here is the fact that, well, these worn tyres on a 919, the 919s are so downforce reliant that you don't really notice the tyre going off until it's completely gone. And Bolden, I think, may have just had that realisation of, oh god, these tyres are going, and he's now trying to he's noticed that. And the problem is, now that he's consciously noticed it as a driver, the moment you consciously notice that tyre wear and the feeling of the car as you're driving it, it just makes it that little bit more tricky to drive the car as you should be driving it. The gap now between Bolden and Ruben, 2.6 seconds and coming down. Critically for these drivers, that gap is going to be erased in a moment's time when Bolden has to commit to the pit lane for fuel and tyres. Ruben can afford to stay out. In fact, Ruben can afford to stay out, by my estimates, for another 25 to 40 minutes before needing to stop again, which is important because that puts him right in the window to only have to do one more stop before the end of this race, provided there's no safety cars. Now, the other thing to note as well is the fact that with this gap being as it is for Bolden, a 40-second pit stop has him come out behind Maynard, possibly even behind Natty at this point. Whereas for Lucas, that 40-second pit stop, that only brought him out 20 seconds behind Ruben. And more importantly, he can make it to the end on fuel now, as well as tyres, whereas Ruben has to stop again, and Ruben's going to be at a pace disadvantage as well as a fuel and tyre disadvantage to Lucas for this next tyre stint. The only time that flips on its head again is for the final tyre stint in about 30 minutes time. Now we need to have a look at GTD, because we haven't had a look at GTD in a while. Johto still leading, 4.5 seconds in the lead, 4.7 seconds in the lead in fact to JDC. JDC 9.5 seconds ahead of Sampa. Sampa 11.9 ahead of Husky. Husky 10.8 ahead of Ivan. OutCast 6.9 seconds behind Ivan. 1 minute 32 seconds behind Ivan is Sem, and a lap behind Sem is Yalk, his teammate. Bolden now committing to the pit lane. This is interesting timing because Bolden's now going to be passed by Lucas, by Maynard, and possibly even by Natty. We'll have to see how this plays out. Lucas has just passed the pit lane. Maynard is just about to pass the pit lane as well. The critical thing here is, does Natty pass the pit lane with Bolden still being in it? He's certainly past the pit entry and coming through the final couple of corners. Bolden is just starting to refuel that car now. Small snap of oversteer, and that is a big off for Natty. That is a big off. That is going to be a safety car. Husky, can you hear me?
Yep.
Right, we're going to have to do the stopping procedure because we've got a car that's a lap down in GTD.
Okay.
Johto is going to have... The leader is currently Ruben. He's in between the two chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. Lucas is going to close up to the back of him. Maynard's coming down to the first chicane. Big Mac at the moment is going to be the leader that people form onto, I think, just for the queue to start with, because he's on his way down to the pit lane now, yeah. Yeah, pits are definitely closed. Could you, yeah, Johto is under blue flags as things are at the moment. JDC, right, so... Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get the pit lane open, we'll get everybody stopped and get Yalk unlapped first. So we're going to get everybody to stop on, can you tell the drivers, stop on the right hand side after the Mulsanne corner. But not this lap actually, because we've not, unless, okay, we've got the leader there, so yeah, can you tell the drivers after this next corner, stop on the right hand side. And that's going to be all cars apart from the P15 car. Just get everybody to roll along, tell Ruben to keep coming a little bit. There's a marshal's post about 200 metres in front of him on his left, just get him to roll all the way down there. He'll see it, I'll count you down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right here, just start easing off again. Beautiful. So everybody's just pulling up to a stop now. Just make sure everybody's, you know, still leaving that gap, you know, not being too close. Can you tell Sem that when he gets to that corner he's got to pull up and stop, and then Yalk when he gets there to keep going for another lap. So the reason, for the viewers watching, the reason for stopping these cars rather than doing a traditional wave around is the sheer length of the circuit. Because of the length of the circuit, the problem we've got is that if these cars kept rolling, we would be under yellow flags until... yeah, can you tell Yalk past the group that are stopped, he's unlapping himself. Tell Sem to stop. So the 47 has to unlap himself, the 77 is to pull up on the right and stop with the rest of the group. Just tell him to be careful because it is literally right off the corner that the train starts basically. Right, so we have the last car is in position to stop, that's good. We've got Yalk doing his wave around now, which is going to get him that lap back. This is actually going to probably work out significantly quicker than a wave around in the conventional sense, because they're going to be stopped for about 4 minutes. Can you just pass that on to the drivers that they're going to be stopped for about 4.5 minutes now, Husky, please?
Yep, got you. I got you.
If they want to know why post-race, basically just say P15 was a lap down. We have to stick to the procedure of letting them get the lap back. When they get, when we've got the pack all together again, we'll get the leader rolling just as Yalk gets towards the entry to the Mulsanne corner. We'll get everybody moving again. My chat is absolutely exploding with drivers jumping in and saying, "Hi, Ruben's here." Hi, Ruben. Basically, you're all stopped at the minute because we got to stick to the rules of what we explained in the driver's briefing for wave arounds. As things are at the minute, we're basically going to have you stopped for about the next 4 minutes while Yalk makes his way round to you. There'll be more instructions from Husky and myself as he gets towards you. So, Yalk is just rounding out he's really rounding that corner off. He's slightly overcooked it going through Tetra Rouge. He didn't hit anything, he just went through the grass and everything else. So Yalk is on his way down to the first chicane now. So can you pass a message on to the drivers telling them that when they're allowed to resume moving, the pit lane will be open? Do you get that, Husky?
Yeah, repeat it again though, just to make sure.
When the drivers get moving again, the pit lane will be open. Yeah, and that will be in about 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
Right, so, in about... I'll tell you when, but basically Yalk is coming down to the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight now. When he gets to the kink coming down to the Mulsanne corner, that's when we're going to get the drivers to move off. So, counting the drivers down now from 5 basically to move off. So, in drivers moving off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. So while we're here, we're also going to have Bolden, Sonic, Natty, Big Mac. We're going to have Johto pull to one side, preferably to the right and stay there. Get Johto to pull to the right and stay there. LMP1 cars to the left, and we're going to try and get these cars shuffled around as well while we're on this long straight bit. GT cars to the right, LMP to the left, and we're going to shuffle everyone. Alright, so Sonic has cleared Johto, JDC, Samper, yeah, Yalk is there, Sem's there. Yalk needs to drop behind Sem, he's overtaken when he shouldn't have. And that's under safety car, he has to return the position. So the 2 Lambos have to swap around. Husky.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you get Yalk and Sem at the back of GTD to swap positions? Yalk has overtaken Sem when rejoining the pack. So they need to swap over to be in the right order. Right, Right, pit lane is open, by the way. They're going to get one more lap under safety car and then we're going to go green after this. We're just going to make sure that everyone is in the right order first. Can you tell Yelk to just... Yeah, there we go, that's better. Didn't need to tell him anything, he's just done it. He was kind of trying to make a gap for Sam to go into, that's fine. Yeah, pit lane's open for those who need it. Bolden was in the pits as the safety car was called, so that's not an issue, because the pit lane, he was already halfway through a pit stop when the safety car was called, so he's fine. Big Mac and everyone else in the lead in the top 4 is probably going to stop for tyres and fuel at the moment. Just looking at the way things are, they're definitely all going to stop for fuel, I think. Yeah, Ruben, Lucas, Maynard, Big Mac, Natty. Bolden is staying out because he doesn't need to. Sonic is in. Husky, Johto, JDC, Samper, Husky, Flave, Outcast, Sem and Yalk. Everybody is in the pit lane for tyres and fuel apart from Bolden. Bolden didn't because he was in the pits literally as the safety car was called. Right, so when we get off the pit stop again, we're going to get everybody to do the shuffle again so that we're all in the right order, and then we should be good. Right, so everybody just... So, Husky, I need you to talk to me again in a second. Hello?
Yeah, what's up? Yep.
Okay, so we're going to get the drivers to do the shuffle on the first bit, not the first bit of the Mulsanne straight, because Bolden's so far ahead. So
okay,
we're going to get everybody to catch up on the first bit of the Mulsanne straight, and then on the second bit between the chicanes, we're going to do the drop back.
Okay, I got you.
I think that middle bit of green flag running was actually really solid. We got a good sort of hour of green flag running in there. Right, so we're gonna just tell the drivers at the moment to hold where they're at. We're gonna do the shuffle after the first chicane. Right. So we've got all of the LMP1 cars are in the right order. All of the GT cars are in the right... Did Yalk manage to get to P3 in class on the pit cycle? Husky.
I'm asking Johto.
Yeah, ask, because he went into that pit lane last, so I'm wondering why he's now
Yeah, because they're naturally. He overtook Giotto in the pit lane.
Okay. Can you instruct the GTD drivers to leave a bigger gap, please? Because you're all bunching up again. Just tell Sampa to back off a little bit, and then tell Yalk to back off of Sampa a little bit, and then just get everybody to ease off slightly in the GTD class, because you're genuinely all seriously close together. Right, race is going to resume end of this lap, by the way. We're going to have about 40 minutes left, so in theory nobody in LMP1 should need to stop again. GTD, however, you're probably all going to need to make just instructions to the drivers, and as a reminder, GTD cars will likely need to make another stop before the end of the race. Could you tell Bolden to up the pace to 100 miles an hour, please? And just tell everyone we're going to up the pace to 100 miles an hour just to get this done a little bit quicker. Right, can you ask a question to Bolden for me, please, Husky?
Yep, I got you.
Can you ask him, does he know where the restart zone is?
Right. We believe it's after the final chicane, that's correct, right?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah. I'm happy with that. Race is going to resume at the end of this lap. Right, they got 40 minutes on the clock. It will be about just a hair under 40 minutes. I wouldn't expect LMP1 to need to stop again at this rate. Right, and we're underway again here. Ruben getting a fantastic jump out the final chicane, jumping Lucas into the first corner. Natty coming down to the first corner just ahead of Maynard. Sonic has jumped Big Mac coming into the first chicane as well. Husky coming down to the first chicane, comfortably leading from Sampo, who's currently ahead of Yalk, the other Finnish driver in GTD, who's ahead of Johto, who's ahead of JDC. Ivan coming through in P6 of 8 cars in GTD. Sem coming through in P7, OutCast P8. As things are, the championship going in N3XUS Racing's direction. Johto is going to have to hold off JDC as much as possible here in order for Husky to go and win this race in GTD. Meanwhile, in LMP1, the pack racing has begun again. Lucas goes slightly off track there. Natty, Ruben and Sonic are all coming in one massive train. Ruben looking to make the move on Lucas. Natty looking to make the move on Lucas as well. Natty side by side with Lucas, gaining on Bolden all the time now into the second chicane. Lucas looking to the inside to defend his position. He stays on the inside and he stays ahead of Natty and of Ruben. Bolden only gaining an advantage now. 3 919s in the top 4 positions, 4 919s in the top 5 positions even here. Maynard now ahead of Sonic as well. This is absolutely critical for this race, because if Ruben can clear Lucas ever so slightly deep into the corner, really good run off the corner though. Bolden 1.9 seconds ahead. Ruben attacking on the exit with that slightly different hybrid deployment of the 919. Natty also looking to attack Lucas now on the exit there. Maynard also looking to get in on this action, as well as Sonic from behind. Big Mac currently P7 overall, just biding his time, trying to find the space in this group, waiting for that moment where people will start slowing down again through fighting too much. Bolden pulling away, taking absolutely full advantage of the fight behind him to gain time in this critical phase of the race. Sampa now to the lead in GTD, Husky P2, Johto P3, Yalk P4, Ivan P5 fighting JDC. Ivan looking to the inside of JDC. Ivan is through. JDC still alongside. Does he have the traction off the corner? Ivan defending from Sem. JDC fully alongside Ivan now. Fully alongside. Going into the Porsche curves. Ivan is going to have the lead ahead. Sem looking to the inside of JDC. Looking to the inside of Ivan. Sem tagging Ivan. Sem in the gravel. That is a big off. That's a safety car. That was a 4-car accident there. Ivan stopped on the side of the circuit. Yeah, we're going to a safety car. Is Ivan all... Can you ask Ivan if he's alright? Husky, because he's stopped and he's sat there.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I know he's on a wheel at the moment, so just ask if he's okay, because that wasn't a nice accident. That was the kind of thing that will rip a wheel out of a driver's hands. Could you also apologise to the LMP1 guys that the GT guys had a pile up? It wasn't any of them, it was the GT guys, so it will literally just be a case of they're going to group up, sit at 100 kph, let the GT cars catch up again, and we're going to have the pit lane closed. We're going to close the pit lane for the time being, and then we're going to open the pit lane up once we've got everybody towards the end of this lap, and we're going to have basically this will be another 2-lap safety car. That was a huge pile up. So Ivan has damage, Outcast has damage. Sem somehow got through all of that despite being one of the cars that triggered it all without damage. JDC has damage, Yalk doesn't, Johto doesn't, you don't, and Sampa doesn't. So we got 3 out of 8 cars in GTD with damage, and it's not like small damage either. JDC went pretty severely into the wall. Yeah, not great to be honest for any of them. Has Ivan said whether he's alright or not?
He hasn't said anything, but he's moving on track, so I'm assuming
he's going to be okay then. It's a pretty big hit. I'm going to put a note of that in our stewarding channel or somewhere to say that we need to have a look at what triggered that accident. Right. So we've got everybody in a pack together again, yeah?
You said what?
We've got everybody in a pack together again, yeah?
Yep.
Right, in that case, pit lane's open at the end of this lap. Because that way we can get everybody in, get everybody serviced who needs service in GTD. None of the LMP1 cars need it, so they're all probably going to stay out. We've got 30 minutes left. It's probably going to be another 5 minutes, 6 minutes for safety car. We're going to keep the leader at this pace though. We're not going to go above sort of 120, 130 Ks. Just because we've got a lot of cars in the back with damage and they're not going to be able to keep up if we go much quicker. Yeah, we're going to have to look at all of that post-race as well, I think, because that was huge. I didn't even manage to see it all, but I could hear from the sound of it, it was a big off. But yeah, what we'll do is we'll do post-race, I'll hop in with the drivers, and I'll just explain, like, you know, we are going to look at that pile-up that triggered the lap 30, you know, whatever it is for the leader, 35. I'm going to make a note of that as well, the leader lap, because that will help us find it on the replay. Right, everybody is on the same lap, so yeah, pit lane's going to be open. The GTD cars that need to pit can pit, and then we're going to have one more lap of safety car after that so that everyone can catch back up, and then we'll get underway again, and hopefully we'll have about 25 minutes of green flag running after that. Yeah, I'm probably not going to stick around post-race like I normally would for the debrief because I haven't eaten yet. But if you need me to come back after I've eaten, I will come back, obviously.
Alright, gotcha. You said this will be after the race or what?
Yeah, I'm going to eat basically as soon as we're done, and then if I'm done eating at a sensible time and you guys are still going through incidents, I'll come back and I'll look through them with you guys.
I'll probably do the same because I got to eat as well. I've only had a sausage biscuit. I didn't finish that.
Right, pit lane is have you told the drivers the pit lane's open, by the way?
Yep. They should be good for this lap.
Yeah. Just say, cars... You've got nose damage now as well. Did you bump Sampa?
Supposedly what happened is Big Mac jammed on the brakes and Sampa had to jam on the brakes, and then I was too late. It was a stack up.
Yeah, just if it's helpful, just get Sampa to back off a couple of car lengths more to Big Mac just so that he's got space. Like, we don't need the GT field to be following the LMP field exactly, you know, like you can all just back off a little bit from them.
Yeah, but the thing is, according to Sampa, because he saw it, Big Mac had a 30 car gap in front. So yeah. I don't know. Anyways.
Right, Johto has elected to stay out. JDC, Sem, Outcast, Ivan, basically everybody but Yalk and Johto from GTD have stayed or have gone into the pits. Big Mac has also pitted. I think he's going to top the fuel up a little bit. Not that he would need to. Right, so for everybody who's watching at the moment, welcome to Le Mans. This is chaos as is usual for a Le Mans race. We're currently under our 4th safety car of the evening for a GTD pile-up in the Porsche curves with, I believe, 4 cars involved. That'll obviously be reviewed post-race due to the severity of it. Yeah, there's not much to say really. There was a safety car brought out initially, I believe, by Natty spinning off the final corner and going into the wall. On the restart lap of that, where we just got under green again, the GTD cars were all fighting quite hard and all came together in the Porsche curves. Husky, when you get to the back of the pack, can you just tell Big Mac to just pass everyone in GTD? So yeah, just tell Big Mac, get the GT cars to pull over one way and then get Big Mac to go the other. Yeah, that's perfect. Right, so for everybody watching, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is chaos. We're under safety car conditions at the minute. It's not the driver's favourite thing. It's not my favourite thing either. Unfortunately, it is a way of neutralising the race when there is a severe accident. Could you tell Bolden he's allowed to speed up, please, Husky, to 100 miles an hour, just so that we can get this going again now at sensible speed? Right, so, right, so we're gonna resume the race at the end of this lap. And hopefully we'll be able to get a bit more than just half a lap of green flag racing before we go back to the safety car. Right, so as we are, we're all in the right order. Everybody who's stopped who wants to stop has stopped. Can you just ask a question to all of the LMP1 drivers for me? Just a simple yes/no. All I'm asking for is a simple yes/no. Do they think they can make it to the end as things are with the fuel they've got? If the answer from the majority is yes, then we'll go green now. If not, we'll stay a lap and let them have some fuel if they need.
Majority yes.
Okay, then we're going to go green this lap.
Yep.
Right, we're going to get underway again now, I think. I've got the message to go green ready. I'm just waiting for Bolden to be at the right corner for me to send it. Right, so we're back underway again here at Le Mans. As rather a long safety car period, punctuated by the fact that we went from one safety car immediately to a second safety car, because the GTD drivers all started fighting a little bit too hard, and in fact we've just seen more drivers fighting just a little bit too hard there, as Natty has gone off ever so slightly. There's no damage to his car, so he should be alright to continue racing. Johto continuing to lead from Husky, who's leading from Yalk and OutCast and Sem in the GTD field. JDC, Sampa and Ivan bringing up the rear of the field currently. As things are, I would expect the order to change in GTD quite drastically in the next 22 minutes or so that's left on the clock. All of the final three drivers in this field currently are exceptionally fast compared to 2 or 3 ahead of them, which could make this final few laps very interesting. JDC just closing up to Sem now. OutCast with slight nose damage, I'm not sure from where. JDC's continuing to close up, Sam continuing to close to JDC, Ivan closing up to all of them. The GTD field is going to end up fantastically close. OutCast is just disconnected and failed to finish. That's interesting. Wonder if that might have been out of frustration after getting this far and getting even more damage. Yalk coming up to the back of Husky. Husky defending superbly to the inside. Sem now under pressure from JDC. JDC still being followed by both M6s. This could be really interesting here, because this could go very quickly from a 2 or 3 way battle for the lead to significantly more than that. Sem just running slightly into the gravel there. JDC now completely alongside Sem. JDC through and up into P4 in GTD. Sampa and Ivan now just starting to run up towards the top 4, top 5 now. It's critical that both of these BMWs start passing the cars in front in order to start gaining positions and time against the people in front of them. Sem looking to the inside, Sampa looking to the inside of Sem. Sem slightly off, Yalk slightly off track. JDC now looking to the left of Yalk to the inside of the next corner. Sampa looking to the inside of Sem. Yalk deep off the circuit there, rejoins safely with no contact, losing position to his teammate Sem. Sampa now on the tail of them in the M6. JDC absolutely flying here, trying to gain time on both of the Nexus 911 RSRs, currently 1-2 in class here at Le Mans. Meanwhile, we see Big Mac pitting to repair damage on the nose of his car. Maynard, Sonic, Ruben, Lucas, and then Bolden leading. Lucas trying to ramp up the pressure. Unfortunately, Ruben is ramping up the pressure on Lucas himself. This is going to be an incredibly close final 20 minutes here. Sonic also trying to close that gap up to Ruben. Maynard sticking with Sonic also. These 919s just starting to come alive here in the closing phases of this race. Big Mac opting to stop, repair the car and take some fresh tyres. Johto just coming through the first chicane along with Husky and JDC, who's up to P3. Yalk now holding Sampa up. Sem currently between the two BMW cars. Ivan now looking to the inside of Sem for the next couple of corners. And Ivan is through on Sem as well now. Sampa now closing his way up to Yalk again. 1.1 second gap here between the two Finnish drivers. JDC now 2.8 seconds behind Husky. Husky 1.6 seconds behind Johto, with an LMP1 car with Big Mac between the two of them. This is going to be important here for the rest of the race for JDC and for Sampa, because if the GTD cars from Nexus find themselves fighting with traffic a little bit too much here, they're going to start losing time to the cars behind them. Critically for those cars, that's going to allow not only Yalk to close up, it's going to allow Sampa and Ivan and Sem to all close up again. Ivan choosing to go the long way round Sem into the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. That is a fantastic move there. Sem now fighting his way back, looking to the inside for the next chicane. Can the Lamborghini maintain its momentum? No, he can't. He can't maintain the momentum to get down the inside of the next corner. Ahead of them, Sampa looking at Yalk, trying to find where that Lamborghini is slower than him currently. JDC currently third overall, 1-2 for Nexus still. Big Mac P7, 34 seconds off the back of Natty, the final 919 in the pack. Sonic and Ruben starting to try and close that gap up to Lucas. Lucas chasing Bolden down, trying to claim victory here at Le Mans. A little over 15 minutes left here, and Lucas can absolutely smell victory. He has been fast enough all evening to win this race, and all he has to do is catch Bolden and pass him in the next 16-17 minutes in order to win. Lucas now looking all over the back of the car in front of Bolden, trying to find his way past the championship leader as things are. Bolden taking the win at Daytona after the disqualification of one of the Nova LMP1s. Lucas now looking to the outside, looking to the inside, looking to the outside again. Ruben closing up to this battle to bring another Porsche to the fight. Can the Project 1 Porsche that won last time out in Spa claim another victory here at Le Mans and narrow the championship fight down again? Lucas looking to the inside again of Bolden. Bolden still desperately trying to outrun that Audi R18 and failing as things are. That gap down to 1/4 of a second. 0.2 of a second, 1/10, 1/10.5. Lucas is going to the inside, and he's through to the lead of this race. Bolden can't do anything to defend the Audi R18's high-end speed. The critical thing now for Lucas is either for Ruben to catch up to Bolden and for them to start fighting so he can run away, or just to utilise that high-speed energy behind that Audi and try and pull away from this group of cars. Sonic dropping back slightly from Ruben now. Maynard still with Sonic. Behind them is Natty. 30 seconds behind them is Big Mac. Johto still leading at Le Mans. Husky P2. JDC P3. Yalk P4 under pressure from both BNR BMWs. Sem P7 overall. OutCast failing to finish here. The critical thing now is not only for Sem to try and close that 8-second gap up to Ivan, it's also, and Sampa's through, Yalk is in the grass here, coming down to Tetra Rouge. The momentum went away from Yalk. Ivan is through as well. Yalk bleeding positions here. Does he have damage? No, he does not. It must just be the dirty tyres from running in the grass and the change of momentum. Sampa now, a 5.4 second gap to JDC. That's going to come down as JDC catches up to Husky, I'm sure. JDC is going to likely lose time for the last 14 minutes or so as he catches Husky and starts battling. Meanwhile, in the battle for the lead now, Sonic 5 seconds behind Ruben. Ruben 1.4 seconds behind Bolden. Bolden absolutely all over Lucas here with 13 minutes left in this race. In fact, this is going to be an absolutely nail-biting finish here at Le Mans. The critical thing here now for Lucas is to try and get outside of 1.2 seconds to Bolden. The problem is Bolden is now within 1.2 seconds to Ruben. That's absolutely critical for these cars, because the slipstream range in these in these LMP1 hybrid cars stretches out about 1.2 seconds behind the car. Lucas now 1.6 seconds ahead of Bolden coming through the final chicane on this lap. The important thing now for Bolden is to try not to fight Ruben too much if he can avoid it, and just focus on gaining that time back to Lucas in front. This is absolutely phenomenal racing. Bolden going on the defensive, Ruben almost going off the track. A slight slide there from Lucas also. The critical thing now, coming under the Dunlop Bridge and down towards Tetra Rouge again, is for Ruben to close up to Bolden and ideally finish ahead of Bolden. In a really ideal world, Ruben would like to finish ahead of both cars immediately in front of him to really close up this championship lead. Now with about 12 minutes left on the clock, that's about just over 4 laps for these LMP1 cars. Ruben is going to be considering every possibility for getting past Bolden. He's going to be absolutely driving that LMP1 car to its limit of what it can do. This pack at the front has been close all day during this race, and it's just a matter of time before somebody makes that deciding move that's going to define where this top 3 finishes. And at the moment, I would say the momentum truly is with Ruben here. The critical thing here now for Bolden is to try and limit his mistakes. He needs to keep the momentum off the corners where the Porsche is faster than the Audi in his favour. The problem is the more he tries to defend from Ruben behind him, the less momentum he's going to have going forwards towards Lucas and towards that Audi R18. So now, for Bolden, the critical thing is to just try and keep Ruben behind him now. Ruben is in that slipstream range that we were talking about earlier. The critical issue is that if Ruben catches and passes Bolden, Bolden is at risk of losing the championship lead. But if Lucas wins, Bolden will maintain the championship lead ahead of Ruben. The thing is, if Ruben wins this race now and Lucas finishes behind Bolden, Ruben would, I believe, become the championship leader as things are. So now for Lucas, the thing is just going to be all about management here. He's just got to manage his pace and make sure that he stays critically ahead of that 1.2 second margin. And so far he's doing a fantastic job. A 3-second gap. Bolden 1.8 ahead of Ruben. So nothing to worry about for the top 3 yet. Bolden's still the championship leader as things stand. Ruben a purple sector 1, I believe. Lucas, a 3:24.5, his fastest lap currently. Can he ramp the pace up even marginally to be able to close that championship battle up? Bolden, a second place would not be ideal for him right now with this race being at a double points multiplier. However, it would be ideal for Lucas and for WSR to put some big points on the board at this stage of the season, especially if that helps WSR build momentum towards the end of the season as well. Now Lucas at a 3.8 second gap now. I think he really has just started to put the hammer down and really start pushing that R18 a little bit harder now. 4 seconds the gap to Bolden now. Bolden now 1.9 ahead, 1.8 ahead of Ruben. Ruben 5.5 ahead of Sonic. Natty 2.5 behind Sonic. Maynard 9 seconds behind them. Big Mac 23 seconds back. Personal best sector 2. This could be interesting because as things are, Big Mac may not be able to gain big positions here, but he may be able to gain 1 or 2 positions potentially if people in front start making mistakes. Johto still leading in GTD. Husky P2. JDC P3 now, 6.6 seconds to Sampa. 1.5 seconds back is Ivan. Yalk and Sem, both behind them. This is important now for JDC. He has to finish ahead of Husky in order for the championship to stay roughly as it is now, I believe. The other important thing is for JDC that if he wins this, I believe he will have won both of the 3-hour endurance races for this season as things are right now. And that is in fact the case. If JDC was to win here, it would be his 3rd win this season, his 2nd in a row, and most importantly, it would stretch his championship lead by approximately, I believe it would stretch his lead by approximately 20 points beyond what it is already. Now JDC currently P2, he's now going to get the move on, going towards Johto. Johto 2 seconds up the road, 6 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes on the clock even now. This is going to be incredibly close towards the end of this race because Johto knows that he needs to win this race in order to start closing the championship battle up. Husky knows that he's going to have to start really fighting JDC in order to keep his team's championship chances alive. The problem here is that both of them need a result and both of them are going to be driving almost flat out in order to keep this going. Meanwhile, Sampa 1.6 seconds closer this lap than he was last time round. 2 laps left in this race for these GTD cars. This could be defined in the last lap, or even potentially in the last few corners of this race, as things are. Ruben still only 1.6 behind Bolden. Bolden 5.3 seconds behind Lucas now. Lucas just coming up to Yalk to lap him again in this race. Lucas now on lap 42. Yalk just slightly off the circuit there, trying to be sensible and leave Lucas the space, although he's not obligated to. Lucas now charging down towards the Mulsanne corner. The gap 5.4 seconds. This race all but done for the LMP1 cars. Johto still leading the GTD class. 2.5 seconds is the gap. Husky half a second behind JDC. Sampa 5.1 seconds behind them. Sampa has to know that if the 2 cars in front of him either collide or start fighting a little bit too hard for the next 2 laps, he is in a prime position to gain a place, potentially even 2 places from these drivers. So as things are, Husky running P3 in GTD. Samp's still 5.1 seconds behind him. This could be critical for the team's championship as well as the drivers' championship here. JDC needs to close that gap down to Johto. It is the final lap of the race. There is not enough time on the clock for another lap to be completed. This is critical now that JDC starts passing Johto in front of him. The problem is the gap at 1.4 seconds is just marginally too high for JDC to close it down fully at this rate. Sampa now 4.1 seconds behind this pack. This is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. Ivan coming through the first sector. Sampa a personal best in that first sector. Ivan pulling away significantly from Sem and from Yalk. Yalk just slightly in the way of Natty there. Maynard still P6, a slight twitch of oversteer now. Sonic still P4. Ruben P3 chasing P2. 1.2 seconds is the gap. 1 lap left for Ruben to catch up. He's just clipped the grass though on the way to Tetra Rouge. That's going to really kill his momentum. Bolden still P2, 4.8 seconds behind Lucas. Lucas just catching up to some traffic here. The important thing for Lucas right now is that he clears this traffic as quickly as possible. Was that a Lamborghini off and in the wall that I saw? Sem, yeah, clipping the wall there. He's managed to get going again safely. Far from ideal as the leader is lapping you to be putting the car in the wall to get out of his way. Big Mac in the pits again. He's had a big off at some point. Huge damage to that Audi R18. Maynard just passing the out there. Natty and Sonic still running P5 and P6. Ruben 2.5 seconds behind Bolden now, just clearing some traffic. Lucas still 5.2 in the lead here. Could we see an Audi win here at Le Mans? Is it possible that Lucas wins Le Mans today? The important thing is here, Lucas has not won a race yet at all this season. If he was to win now, this would be huge, not only for the team's championship but for the drivers' championship as well. The final lap indicator is on the screen for all of the drivers. The clock has officially run out of the 3 hours. All of the drivers that are on their laps now are going to finish their laps, and that will be it. Lucas is leading. Johto still 1.3 ahead of JDC. The final lap warning not there yet for Johto. I believe it should be there. JDC still 1.4 behind. Husky 1.5 behind them. Sampa 3.3 behind this pack. JDC on absolute maximum attack here, trying to catch up to Johto in these last couple of corners. Will it be enough for JDC to catch up? Johto, I think, is going to hang on and is going to win Le Mans. This would be a tremendous achievement for Nexus at this point, to win Le Mans in this race, to be first and third here, and he's going to do it. Johto is going to win Le Mans for the DRA. He's the first car to cross the line. JDC P2, Husky P3, Sampa P4 on debut, Ivan P5 on debut, Sem and Yalk coming through, and there is Lucas, our winner. 5.1 seconds at the gap at the line, a dominant drive from him. Bolden P2 to maintain the championship lead. Ruben P3, Sonic P4, Natty coming across the line P5, Maynard coming up to the line in P6, Big Mac probably going to be our last car across the line today in P7 overall. Maynard comes across the line P6. Yao just coming up to the line now. He's going to be P7 in GTD. This is going to be big points potentially for him here compared to compared to other drivers on debut. This is pretty big though. Audi winning Le Mans and winning the first race of the season for the manufacturer. WSR taking their first win and podium of the season as well. Ruben P3 for Project 1. Second and fourth for Nexus in the LMP1 standings. A significant jump in teams race for them. Natty P5 for Project 1. Maynard critically P6 for Muppet Racing. Not the result they were going for here today. Joto P8 overall, winning for Nexus at Le Mans. Husky P3, his teammate, the other Nexus 911 RSR. JDC, the championship leader, second here at Le Mans in GTD. Sampa P4 on debut, and a fantastic race for all of the drivers. That was absolutely superb. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in here for the 3 hours of Le Mans with DRA. A phenomenal race for all drivers. A fantastic result for WSR and for Nexus Racing in their respective classes. I have been Joe90. Thank you very much for watching, and good night.